All right, let's get it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. How's it going, friends? Just think. Let's puff a hair. Okay. And I'm ready. Up. Click casting again. There we go. How's it going, Scoop? Get ourselves started with a little bit of monk action. Do some discs today as well, and then we'll kind of see where the day takes us. Hey, Rado. Soak up the knowledge, yeah. Did it have a fellowship tag on it? I thought there was WoW stuff there. Yo, you bet, Saba. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. Just feeling any better with the changes? I think at moments a little weak in dungeons. But this feels insane in raids. Yeah. There it is. I don't know what I did. Oh, there it is. I don't know what I did with my Shayloon button. I found it. Should I say it's the easiest to start with? Probably like Shaman right now. Yeah. They're very easy, and the changes still don't have you using like the entirety of your kit for the spec, which is a point I'm not a huge fan of right now. Hopefully they're going to address, long term and stuff. Oh my god. I'm hoping at least. CSB the Dolphins, Tua can't win in the cold. True. As if there was any doubt. I turned that game off in the third quarter, man. Writing was on the wall. After that DK Metcalf touchdown, man, nobody wanted to touch him. Nobody wanted to make contact. Like, come on. That shit was over. That shit was over. Hey, Oracle. What's up, man? Class printing take place at the actual launch of Midnight. It'll be the pre-patch. Yeah, it'll be the pre-patch, so usually it's a month before the expansion actually launches. Yeah. It's usually what they end up doing. Yo, how's it going, Ship? Dolphins got trash points. Yeah, they did. Like I said, when I turned it off in the third quarter, I was like, yeah, there's no more heart. Because aren't the Dolphins now officially eliminated from playoffs? If I remember correctly. Yeah. Well, they had a decent run. Not a great run. They had a decent run. True, no Chiefs in the postseason, man. I mean, I would love it if the Bills or the Lions win this year. But it just doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. So, gotta tell you, I kind of just want the Patriots to win. They don't need any more Super Bowl wins. But you know what? I think they deserve another. Josh Allen's going to the Marino route, going to the Super Bowl but never winning it. I could see it. I mean, they clutched out the win against the Patriots this year. Or, yeah, no, this weekend. But, I don't know, most of this year has not felt that great for the Bills compared to before. Ugh. Yo, thank you, Chess. I wanted to see Tame Impala and they visited Austin, but dude, everybody was fighting for tickets. Probably next time. Probably next time, though. Commanders and Giants. Yeah, you know. My poor Commanders, man. They're all beat up and old. They got a bunch of guys who were, you know, good before, gave them nice contracts. They played well last season. Kind of just showed their age this season. And what can you do? Honestly, man, it sucks that they're rivals because the Giants are really fun to watch with Jackson Dart. They're really, really fun to watch. But now that they benched Jaden Daniels for the rest of the year, you're going to have Marcus Mariota versus Dak on Christmas Day. I'm like, eh. Yo, how's it going, Serafita? Thank you for the 32 months. I don't know if you saw behind me, but I finally got a nice cabinet, a little display case, to put in those leather-bound editions of Way of Kings. Ah, what up, noob? Mariota. Yeet. North to south. Bad weekend for ACLs? Dude, I know. That shit's brutal, man. Was it all on turf fields? Well, was Green Bay playing in Denver? Because I think they have a grass field. Packers do. Yeah. Hell yeah, Serafita. Yeah, it took a couple hours to put that together, but it was well worth it. Meg's tornado skip on the bird stairs in the dungeon? No, how'd she do it? What's happening? It stopped for a second. Slayer. Thank you for the 9 months, bro. Excited for the Monk gameplay. I'm heavily debating Monk is remain for midnight. Let's go. Show up and tell you, no one prepared me for how heavy the uplift desk was, and for a minute I was worried I couldn't build it on my own. Ooh, yeah. It's thick with 3 Cs. Hopefully you were able to get it, though. I thankfully had a friend help me out the whole time. 'Cause, yeah, it's a lot. We don't lift weights for nothing. True. Got to put it to the test. What kind did you get? I got like the L shape, and without a hand, it was rough putting. Well, at least like getting it set. You know. You have the L shape as well. Yeah. No, props to you to putting it together solo. That thing is no joke. I'd imagine they get a new beta build to change the dungeon rotation natty, and then we get like maybe some slight changes, but nothing big. Damn. Flipped alongside, end up in like the world's lowest squat with it on your back, and Atlas was like, "Oh, mom pets me now." Oh no. Oh my goodness. Is Holy Priest okay output-wise? Worried Blizzard might tune it lower because it's very simple to play. I hope they don't, but right now there's some bugs with Holy Priest where they're just not doing that much healing. Like, the Benediction talent is supposed to, well, the Apex talent, basically, is supposed to make your flash heal do 30% more healing, and it's actually making it do less healing. So, it's kind of an issue right now. So right now, Holy Priest has like the worst healing, bar none. It's really bad. But like I said, there's still, it's very obviously bugged. Less is more? Not in this case. This case, less is less. Less is more is what they told Oliver Twist. Cassimus Weaver build that works for M+. I think it's more about like an efficiency kind of thing, to be honest. I think you just end up like, I don't think my damage is good. If you look at my damage is awful, but it's a lot more mana efficient with the setup, and I think that is probably what makes more of a difference, more of an impact. Hey, how you doing, Trident? Days go well, just on the workaround and healing. The workaround and healing vicariously through you. Hope your day's going well. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, I did a gym in the morning. I'm working on doing 275 for squats cleanly. It's a work in progress, but we're getting there. Progress is getting there. Yeah, I don't know what it's been in the past. Well, I guess it's like working on adductors more, doing more pause squats. All that stuff's helped like a ton in just getting cleaner. Leg days tomorrow for you. Try to be excited. Ooh. I like the leg days, but also because I knew that like that was my weakest thing when I first started going to the gym. And then it quickly became one of my strongest things. Like my my app Heavy will like, you know, track all your weight and track all your stuff that you're doing. And it gave me like my year-end like highlights and everything, and it was like, yeah, your like legs are stronger than like 69% of people, but your upper body is stronger than like half of people or something. So I'm like, all right, I know what I gotta do next year. I know the plan. Wall sits and leg extension holds. Yeah, the leg extension holds are brutal, dude. My legs are like shaking by the end of it. Yeah, we're doing a little monk. A little monk is a treat. I know, that's what I thought too, Healy. It literally said 69. I was like, nice. Yeah. Druid's looking really powerful in Midnight. They're probably the top dog right now. They're probably the top dog right now. At least for keys. Raid's probably a preservation angle. But Druid's also really good in raids too. It's like Druid, Disc, and Prez are all really good in raids right now. Spell I miss? Essence Font? I remember healing Vectis at the beginning of BFA. And you would have that extra talent. What was it called? That would make your Essence Font channel like way longer and hit harder and everything. And you would literally just like hit a 6-second Essence Font or something like that. It felt like it was super long. You would just hit that, and that would like carry all of your healing back in the day. That shit was nuts. That's fine with Whirling Jade, yeah. The passive heals. The passive heals. Prez is good output in dungeons, but it's also a lot of setup. So I think it performs well in the HPS checks, but it also is a bit more work to like leverage that healing properly, I find. Actually, you know, we are gonna play some Prez today. It's been a minute. It's been a little too long since we last played it. Played all the healers minus Prez going into Midnight. I want to add that to your arsenal. Feel as though it's much harder to come by content producers for Prez. And you suggest for someone brand new to learn in the class, but not healing in general. There's a few creators, there's not many, but Kigalian, K-I-G. And Kigalian is probably one of the top ones that I would recommend looking at from like an M+ perspective. I'm gonna see if I can get him on, because I've been going back and forth talking to him a little bit here and there about M+, so I'm sure that he's gotten some reps too. I definitely want to pick his brain some more. Yeah, Ryerson's Echo, Verdant Embrace, Spirit Bloom, yeah. Ryerson's dope. He plays a bunch of stuff too. Crive as well, yep. I don't know if I've talked to Crive before. Yeah. Yeah, I think Crive might be the most consistent. Yeah, I want to do some more sit-downs. I asked a bunch of people, and then everyone was like, yeah, holidays, but afterwards I'm down. So that's gonna be the game plan, I think. Shit. Less hot-oriented Druid feels weird. Yeah, it's a continuation of the War Within, but that's one thing I've heard from a lot of Druid players is like they want their hots to really do stuff. And Blizzard's just kind of like, what? You want a regrowth more? Yeah, so I've been talking to Harek about Shaman. But I'll have to hit him up about some Prez stuff too. There's just so many people, you know? I imagine we'll be able to do a couple sit-downs. More than a couple sit-downs, to be honest. Next month. Want Spike to do something, but the rock-eating devs decided to nerf it? True! Me too, man. Me fucking too. Big smite, big penance. No rocks on the menu. Does this bounce him? Lame. Wish the devs would stop eating rocks. I'm gonna run Rising Mist after this. We're gonna see how it feels. Yo, pumped up kick. Thank you for the 3 months, dude. The thing is, it also feels a little bit... I don't know, Atonement in general in dungeons, it feels like just a little bit too unsatisfying. This fucking guy. Can't even tab either. Let's go. What shield needs another nerf. Tell me needs another 5 mil buff. Let's go. I'm down. I'm down. Yeah, let me go. I'm gonna do another run with tier. And I'm gonna see how that feels. And then I think I might do some Prez or Disc afterwards. Not using any add-ons right now. I was using Dander's frames. All right, I'm gonna lob somebody for you, Frosty. What's up, John? One talent was in a 2-point investment to get 2 seconds of enveloping mist to play around with that with Rising Mist, but it's too expensive. Yeah. Okay. That's felt good, but I've run all the keys at 12. So far, the setup can be a little dicey, but feels good when you're ready for damage. All right. The Gamer Squad. All right, so we slap on old tier morning. What is it again? Your Shayloon's healing's increased, and your envelop also heals allies with Rem for 8%. Duration of envelop's increased by 4 seconds while you have Celestial out. Damn. Seat. Let's go. I'm gonna need this Shayloon's buff in this dungeon, that's for sure. This world overflow might be good with tier morning. I love the idea of overflowing. I really do. Conceptually, big fan. But it's always been like a little short. I remember when it was like an Azurite talent or something like that, and there was always just like a better option. One of the Azurite traits I really miss was in BFA, and whenever you Rising Sun kicked, it debuffed the target where they would take extra damage from any other melee attacks or physical attacks. And so you would like, it would be kind of like spreading a dot. You would just spread around Rising Sun kicks onto a couple targets, and then you could spin. And it would do so much damage. Oh, I miss it. Yeah. Oh, and then you have to deal with the meters and everything, man. I feel that. Oh, there's a lot of good stuff in There was a lot of really good stuff in BFA for Monk. You also had Way of the Crane, where you would consume like half your mana. I shit you not, it was half your mana. But then your damage would convert into healing at like absurd rates. So you'd hit that and burn half your mana bar, and then spin, and you would just do colossal amounts of healing. That shit was just insane. So back then, Mana Tea didn't give you regen, it just made your spells cost half as much. So you would use Fish Feasts to drink all your mana back up, and then you would basically just like hit Mana Tea, hit the Way of the Crane, you know, it'd save you a quarter of your mana bar, and you just go from there. Yeah. It was a really weird time, because that was a PvP talent. Back then it was a PvP talent, but what they did with the Essence system is they let you get a PvP talent. It was an essence called Conflict and Strife. So you as a, you know, Raider or Mythic Pluser had to PvP to get this essence that would go in your Heart of Azeroth neck. And everybody had to do it because it had a major effect and a minor effect. And so the major effect got you a PvP talent. The minor effect gave you stacking versatility. And it was so good for everybody that even if you didn't want the major, you wanted the minor. So you still had to go farm it. Like there'd be big ass Wowhead headlines, and they're like, double honor weekend, like, go farm your Conflict and Strife now. And everyone's like, let's go do it. And like, oh my God. People are worried about like the 18s and the extra grind and extra work and everything there. I'm like, man, you don't know how BFA went. Oh my goodness. What a time. Not I. Probably BFA so you can get to dive into that stuff? Huh. What caused you to go to healing then? Korak's Revenge to farm honor? Yeah, that's what it was. Was that the Alterac Valley one? The like special version of it? I got some stat sticks. This is the, oh yeah, you increase your highest secondary, and then party members who also have this trinket also increase their highest secondary, or their lowest secondary. Oh yeah, I don't even know why I'm running this Tangle of Vines. There was another one, I think it was better, where it like bounces around versatility to your buds. Bud. Let's see. Oh yeah, releases Spirit of Dust Wraith, leaping to your target, healing them if the target's below. No. It's this one. Your spells have a chance to release an orb that bounces between 5 allies, increasing their verse. Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, the boy's a slag. Best you ever had. Well, good thing I tested this before we started. So I keep having to reset it. I like click casting stuff. Doesn't work unless you like reset it on beta right now. You're a healer first, switch team tanking to healing, depending on what your friends pick. Ah, I gotcha. I started with Rogue. And the second that I tried a healer in Raid for the first time, I was hooked. Took a long time before I could actually re-roll after the tier was over. But once I could, oh my god, I didn't want to do anything else. Nightmares about conflict and strife? I'm sorry, man. Bubby. What was the other one? There was another one that was like PvP based. Yo, I'm Kafka. Blood of the enemy, that's what it was. So healers didn't care at all about blood of the enemy. But I think you had to do like battlegrounds or something like that for it. Something along those lines. And so people would hit me up and they'd be like, oh my god, like you want to farm blood of the enemy? I was like, no. You're on your own, bro. I'm not doing that. Maybe it was PvP Islands. Yeah, it was something like that. It was something like... I felt like it was more tedious. Cocoon consumed before the tank even finishes gathering? Yep. Oh, I gotta reset. Damn. Which tanks are less reliant on the healers? Probably Vengeance Demon Hunter would be the first one on my list. I feel like I almost never need him. This is a pretty challenging key. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to balance my Shayloon's value. Because whenever you consume Manatee stacks, you also gain your stacks of Shayloon's gifts. So I'm trying to like Manatee into a fat Shayloon's, into more Manatee. And then I've been using my Thunder Focus teas a lot with how high the damage has gotten. On Rising, or on Enveloping Mists, I'm also running Rising Mist. Oh, fuck. I've been using a lot of Thunder Focus Tea on Enveloping Mist, and I've been running Tear of Morning to kind of help me through some of the heavier pressure moments. Oh. Yo, hey Benzu. They go back to the days where you cast Shayloon. There's a good chance you're not going to heal the target of Shayloon. And there, the Cocoon's staying a little bit. Staying a little bit. I mean, every healer's damage is bad. This is like average healer damage you're seeing right here. Nah, after they nerfed the single target Shayloon, nobody's running that. They're running the Cleave, the Legacy of Wisdom for the Cleave, and then Tear of Morning. Tear of Morning's got some nice synergy with, honestly, kind of a lot. Aspect of Harmony. And your Apex talent. It's like after you activate your Thunder Focus Tea, you can basically just get server shutdown. Fuck. Bro. Yep. I go to bed Tira Morning and Jade Bond be together. What are you running instead of that, you think? Come on. I'll have to look at it. Because you do get longer enveloping mists anyway. What the fuck is going on? Chrome? Bro? You do get longer envelops already when you have your Celestial out. Yeah, they've already buffed healer damage once. But it still sucks. Am I like blocked from the wowhead.com site or something? Yeah, stand-up desk is L shapes. This is the L, basically. Oh, I just wanted to see the talent tree and get a better look at it. Yeah, the whole setup as I'm waiting for that to load. I have an L-shaped desk here, so the desk is in front of me, and then it arcs around. I have a standing desk, so I can kind of raise it and lower it. So I'm off the treadmill now, right? Off the treadmill now. Treadmill's below. Almost as tall as my Christmas tree. W. And then I got the display case behind me. Yeah. Oh, well, that's getting the site loading for me. Yes. Yeah, I wanted to just look at the compare contrast real quick. Jade Bond's competing with Gifts, so I have to give up on the 1 minute Celestial, which I don't think would be as good. Because, yeah, the Chi Cocoons could apply the envelops and everything. And, yeah, you get more gust healing. But when you play Tira Morning, the duration of your envelop is already increased by 4 seconds when you have a Celestial out. So, yeah, you got to put out the envelops manually, but they last a lot longer. You also can apply a lot of envelops out of your Spirit Font. So your envelope will channel soothing from you onto 5 allies, and that also means that since you're channeling soothing onto 5 players at a time, you can instantly start enveloping those guys as well. And so you don't have to have a cast time, you don't have to like write, you don't have to like soothing into the envelope. Like once you've done it, you're already soothing everybody, you know? And that's tied into your Thunder Focus Tea, activating Spirit Font. So in an emergency, you can Thunder Focus Tea into a direct envelope cast, and then you're already channeling soothing on everybody, and then you can just cast more envelopes, spread it all over the place, get the Tira Morning juice, where it also cleave heals everybody that has Renewing Mist, and you're cooking. Yeah, so you'll activate Spirit Font either through a Rising Sun Kick or Vivify proc, or through a Thunder Focus Tea cast. And then your next envelope will then follow up with a channeled Soothing Mist onto 5 allies. So when you're once you've activated that button, you're then channeling Soothing in a 5 minutes to your entire party. So if you wanted to cast an Enveloping Mist on somebody, it would instant cast and then it would start channeling Soothing onto that target. Because basically you're channeling it on like 4 people at a time. 5 people, right? So it's like you're channeling it on everybody at once, and so it'll instant cast an envelop onto somebody else, but then it kind of restarts the soothe cast onto that target. And it like gets you soothing into that target while you've casted an envelop. So. Yeah. Plus 18 vault change. I like that it's a like sliding scale, basically. I don't know if 18s are going to be like stupid ridiculously high, because it seems like they kind of want some key inflation to like allow people to do keys above 12, but there needs to be like a steady progression, basically. I think the general idea of like making it a steady progression is like really, really good. Oh, I got you, Kafka. One, how do I like the desk? Two, I get you're probably not sponsored, but what make it's Uplift. Yeah. They did some giveaways with me, but I've yet to get that full-fledged sponsorship. I was trying to see if I could get a free desk, and then they were like waiting for a while, and I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna buy it anyway. And then afterwards, then they were like, oh, we'd love to send you a desk. And I was like, well, I already got this. So can we do a giveaway? So I think we're gonna be able to do another one with them next year. Balance and healing is going to be lopsided going to midnight due to the intense pruning. It's pretty lopsided right now, but that's also to be expected with like tuning not being final. You know, you got bugs for a lot of different abilities and how they're supposed to work and everything like that. Balance is just an ongoing thing. Hi, Denara. It'll always be a bit messy in beta. Because it's also like a mix of bugs, like just stuff straight up not working the way it's supposed to. And then, you know, Blizzard just trying to figure out what they want healing to be and how much they want everything to do. I am chilling. Servers went down ultra quick today on us, which is fun. After what, they went down like Wednesday night, I think is what it was last week. What a weird day. It's kind of annoying because I was hoping I could do like a bunch of back-to-back seats. Because seats like the big, seats like the really, really big heal test, you know? Want healers to heal as much as DPS? DPS? At the moment, yeah, there's not really any incentive, really, to, like, do extra damn, you know? Should be a new beta patch, yeah. Everyone's avoiding seat and pit like the plague. I know, because they're tough dungeons, yeah. It's probably gonna be down for a while, if I had to guess. I think it's probably gonna be down for a while. Here for my house tour? Not much of a tour here. Not much of a tour here. I mean, you guys pretty much see the entirety of the room. Played Mistweaver caster build only, but I'm scared of hate from M+ pugs. Well, don't worry. Nobody's doing any damage as healers at all. So nobody will be able to tell the difference between you playing a caster setup and you played a fist-weaving setup. Not actually any boxes. I actually have one box, but it's in the corner. So you really can't tell. Yeah, actually, you know, you really can't tell. Problem with the caster approach, there isn't enough synergies. It's mainly that, like, it's just not as efficient from a mana perspective, I feel. It's really just not as efficient because, like, what do you do during downtime? I guess you just sit there and channel lightning. So your players asking for a caster build, which Blizzard would add a 4 Spectre Monk. Yeah, it's been a long time thing, right? It's so weird because like the old days of caster stuff, you'd like sit in the back, hit Vivify, hit Essence Font. That'd be like literally it. And everyone's like, yeah, that owned. I'm like, okay, I guess. I guess. Invest a lot into the caster build to make it more than 4 buttons. Exactly, exactly. Mostly focused on M+, and torn between our Druid and Mistweaver for Midnight. Our Druid's really, really powerful. I think it's far and ahead the best M+ healer. It's like top 3 for raid, I'd say, right now. Pretty safe top 3. Yeah, it kind of owns. I think a big problem with Monk is always going to be that Fizz vulnerability is just like not that good. You know, it's not that universal compared to Magic. You know, your crowd control's good. No healer does good damage. You know, everyone is like, who cares if somebody's 5% ahead? Like the numbers are like, I don't know, 1/8 of the tank or something like that. Like, you know, not great. Yeah. I hope you had fun, Multi. I hope you had fun. Because I did. I was pre-stacking up in raids. Disc is very good. Disc is also top 3. Top 3 in raids is like Prez, Druid, and Disc. I think Prez is still top, but all 3 of those are top dogs. Holy Priest has some bugs where they have his talent. They renamed it to be Benediction. But basically, you upgrade your flash heal and cause it to do 30% more healing and activate a ripple. Problem is, it's not doing 30% more healing. It's actually doing less healing. So, Holy Priest has the worst numbers out of beta raid testing and some of the worst numbers for beta M+ testing at the moment. So, like, this being bugged, like, fucks with everything else. Other things, like Halo with Archon was really not doing that well, and then they nerfed it. So... Holy Priest has a lot of numbers issues right now. Which either feels the most complete mechanically. Some of the pruning is good, GM, is what I would say. Some of the pruning I think is good. I think how they like prune Prez and then they basically rolled Spirit Bloom into a Apex talent is a really cool way to do it. So I'm a big fan of that. I think Monk's Apex talent's like pretty cool. They didn't really get a lot of pruning. Maybe they deserve to. I don't know. I would say some of the ones that got like really heavily pruned, like Shaman, they're kind of like slowly reversing, and so there seems like they're kind of moving it out of the shitty territory that it was before. Now is it top 3 because only the OP players play it, and like our general players be decent too? I mean, it's just highly tuned, you know. Good players will take good advantage of it. Decent players will take good advantage of it too. I would say like Druid feels very complete mechanically because their pruning basically just kind of got rid of a lot of fluff, you know? It just kind of got rid of a lot of fluff. Is healing more fun at midnight? I think it is. There's a couple challenges to it, but I think raid healing is going to look like it's going to be way more fun. And I think that's a safe bet. Mythic Plus is kind of an interesting story because they've made it so that your healer power is less, right? So you're going to spend more time healing. Your healer damage at the moment is so bad, it's really not even like worth doing. Lots of specs don't really care that much about mana in dungeons, but not all of them. And that's, I think, a major problem, is you have specs like Holy Priest, but part of it's their bugs, but still, it's fair mention. Holy Priest, Holy Paladin, Disc, not Shaman, not really Monk, not really Druid. That's 6. Said that. Prez, you just actively regen. It's like you kind of think about it. You just run energy loop and then you just disintegrate and you're fine. But yeah, definitely Holy Disc and Holy Pally actually have to care about their mana and like think about it in a dungeon environment, and then a lot of other specs do not. And I think that's a pretty major issue from what we've seen, because it's just like some people just like they're playing a different game. It's like Holy Paladin especially is like a different game where you have 4 different single target heals that you have to juggle between. You know, you have your Eternal Flame, you have your Holy Shock, you've got Flash, and you've got Holy Light. And so like you use your flashes with infusions, you know, your Holy Shock, Eternal Flame, Builder Spender type stuff, and then you have Holy Light, which is what carries you through like really heavy damage moments. But you don't want to overcast Holy Light, so I almost feel like you might even just run like double Beacon, you know? Yeah, you bet, Sean. Buff Light of Dawn enough for it to be worth pressing? Oh, so that's a good question. So Light of Dawn doesn't have a target cap anymore. So in a raid, you're just going to mash this button, and in terms of optimal HPS, you're not going to like spot heal with Eternal Flame or any of that garbage. Obviously, if somebody's taking damage, then, you know, it'd be better, you know, hit your Eternal Flame, keep somebody safe. But all the healing that Light of Dawn does is it spreads out evenly to targets, and the beacon transfers afterwards make it like super powerful to just like mash that button religiously all the time and not even think about it. Hey, Coffee. In a key, probably wouldn't actually hit it. Yeah, unless you're, I don't know, everyone's like 90% HP or something like that, and you've got Holy Power. You can do it in like those situations, in like high tick damage situations. Sean, thank you for the prime, dude. What features have they implemented to make it easier to know when people are using their cooldowns without add-ons so you know when to PI? Zero. Some of them. The last patch notes, guy in the robe, fixed like 6 different things, you know? That's right, Nelium. Just going on a nice little walk. Beta servers went kaput. So we're just kind of yapping for a little bit. Just yapping for a little bit. How you doing, Colony? Divine Toll's okay with Herald, but there's a problem. There's a problem with it. It used to be that Infusion of Light would proc off of a Holy Shock critical strike, right? But now they've changed around Infusion for fun. For lots and lots of fun. And so now your Holy Shocks have a 10% chance to empower your next spellcast. So a big thing I thought was really valuable with Divine Toll was it would have a really high chance to give you one Holy Shock that would crit. It would give you your infusions. You could spend it on flashes, do good healing, all that stuff, right? Season 4 type vibes, or season 3. But now that's not a guarantee anymore. So you fill your Holy Power bar, and then you may or may not get an infusion proc out of it, you know? Healing array with Druid? Nah, just M+. They only give you like an hour per boss, unfortunately. So they were pushing Lightsmith and Melee Wings really hard, but then last week they nerfed Hammer and Anvil by 50%. Like, they nerfed it a lot. Decorate the house? Yeah, I got my Christmas tree. And I got my display case up. Got all kinds of stuff. Massive decorations. So yeah, they were pushing Lightsmith really hard. Then they nerfed Hammer and Anvil by 50%. They nerfed a couple other like passive heals here and there. They nerfed some of like Veneration's extra absorb that you give out onto people as well. No, all the boxes are in the closet, okay? Except for this one in the corner. But it's mostly cables. And then, yeah, when you use Avenging Crusader, Wing still feels like really weak for Paladin, like historically. Avenging Crusader is only accounting for like, I don't know, 5% of people's healing in the raid logs that I saw. It was like not that much that you're getting out of just hitting those judgments. But then when you activate Avenging Crusader, your button for Avenging Crusader turns into the button for Crusader Strike. I think they made it a little bit better compared to where it used to be. But it used to be like a quarter of the damage that you'd get out of a judgment. Now it's a little bit better. Somebody had a picture of like the streamer setup, and it was like all nice and clean in the cone for the camera, and then it was like insane shit on the outsides. I have my WoW house, but it's not really decorated. It's not really decorated. Still feels like we can't top people. Can we do a post in Blizz forums about that? I just love feeling that spenders do nothing. So they buffed a lot of spenders in a build a few days ago. I wish WoW had better organized this, because there were like 3 different sets of tuning notes. There was a lot. I don't think it was this one. Nope. It was not that one. I don't think it was this one. Maybe it was this one. Tillman buffs are we riot? True. No, it wasn't that one. Oh, it's a leveling experience increase. Yeah. Sounds good. All right, here it is. Yeah. So they fixed like 6 bugs. Yeah. Fixed an issue that caused holy shocks from Divine Toll to not heal. That's how Divine Toll was going. Fixed an issue that caused Light of Dawn to apply Dawn Lights to allies that already had it. Fixed an issue that caused Light of Dawn to apply Dawn Light to the Paladin. Fixed an issue that caused Hammer of Wrath to not activate Empyrean Legacy. Fixed an issue that caused Light of Dawn to not reduce its transfer rate to beacons. So this one should be pretty big, because Light of Dawn was like super hard carrying. It was doing like OP stupid levels of healing. It still should be like super strong to use in a raid though, because it's just going to be ultra efficient output. Some of the other big ones. Hammer and Anvil getting reduced by half. Beacon of the Savior getting reduced by half. Holy Shock, Flash, Prism, Holy Light healing all increased by 25%. Lots of big stuff. Sun's Avatar and Dawnlight got increased by, what, 100% and 50% respectively. So your spenders feel better. It feels like it's a little bit better to play with. They're not, like, totally awful. But at the same time, they're not great. Because you still are relying upon... You're still relying upon your Holy Light to carry you through, like, really nasty levels of damage, basically. And so you're still kind of, you know, at the mercy there. You're still kind of at the mercy there of that stuff. Well, I feel like people often are always kind of looking for the, just like the patch note changes, you know? They just want to know what the number changes are each week. I feel like Wowhead would print lots of extra money, just making it super convenient for people to be able to access that, and like even just like pinning it or something, you know? Not totally awful means awful, by the way. You're right, Helios. You're right. Well, that's why I say Paladin is like a healer that's like from a different time. It's from like a different era, okay? If this was like the normal gameplay for every single healer, where it took longer to top off, and you had to think about your mana, and you had to think about, do you top somebody quick with an expensive Holy Light cast, or you take your time with Sheep Flash, or Holy Shock, or an Eternal Flame, or whatever, then like, cool. But a lot of other healers don't have to deal with any of that stuff. You know, Shaman doesn't have to deal with that kind of stuff. Druid doesn't have to deal with that kind of stuff. And so it's like... This gameplay would be fine if the entire, like, macro environment was like that. But, yeah. Still reduced all healing by 12%, so better, but less impactful. Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. I'm gonna play healer for a CE guild because Midnight is the first time I'll be able to raid in years. Do I need to be able to multi-class? Not really. Like in my guild, we are, you know, top 30, top 40, and we require an alt, but it's only for like alt runs that just go to heroic, you know? It's like, could you kill heroic on that alt kind of thing? But a lot of guilds in like Hall of Fame as well don't even remotely like require alts or anything like that, you know? Probably the biggest thing you can do is like get some good heal parses. Show that you're not dying on early prog fights. Anything outside of Hall of Fame, mastering one class is infinitely better than multi-classing. True. Yeah, right, exactly. Unless Blizzard stomps your class. Yeah. Unless it stomps. Yeah. I think splits make a lot of sense if you're like top 50. But you kind of hit a point pretty quick. Where like you just need people to play well. I've been streaming for an hour today. There isn't any like new notes yet. We're looking at last week's stuff basically. Yeah. Yeah, servers are down, but we're just kind of catching people up on some of the stuff from last week. How do you go into Mythic raiding without having actual Mythic experience in the last 5 expansions? Ooh. I try to find a squad that's like hungry for AOTC, you know? Basically, you want to find a guild, and you might just have to find whatever guild will take you, but find a guild that's going to reliably get AOTC. The recruitment Discord is huge. Right, like Danny said, if you have pulse low in Mythic guilds will even take you too. And then just like, if you're really trying to get into Mythic raiding, you do need to play the game a lot. So if you're like prepared to be playing the game a lot and, you know, they see that, then like that's just going to help, you know? That's just going to help. Yeah, beta servers are down. Skill ceiling coming down quite a bit post pruning. Do you think more guilds are going to encourage multi-classing? So here's the entire argument that I had on the Pod EC though. I was arguing that raid healing is one of the most difficult roles in the game, and there is such a wide band of skill between people who can perform elite levels of output and do mechanics at the same time and survive. Don't worry, that's the entire explanation, Oracle. That's the entire explanation. But I don't think that like it's going to be suddenly easy to find good healers for a raid just because they pruned down some classes. I still think it's going to be incredibly difficult. The raid fights we tested were not like a baby town frolic. It wasn't Hello Kitty Island Adventure or anything out there. It was nasty. And the healing in there was particularly nasty because for the first time in maybe 4 or 5 years, they actually tested high levels of damage in PTR. Usually what they do is they have like really baby levels of damage in PTR because they want people to just do mechanics. But them actually testing healing is a really big sign that they want to make sure healing's challenging and there's a lot to heal in a raid and that they're actually trying to get data on it. Yeah. There should be a beta build today, Tobias, yeah. Should be. Looks like they want to get it out of the way, then they have raid testing on Friday. So. Which items from Mythic raids are obtainable someday, like in DF Season 4? Don't see yourself raiding Mythic unless you leave your family and your job. Yeah, well, they're adding better rewards for your Mythic Vault if you key a lot. Yeah. It's still too early to know what's going to be better between like Mage or Warlock. Both are really good options, like long term though. It's pretty rare that like either class doesn't have like one that's good, you know? I would just tell you, like, play what you really enjoy and get good at that. And then kind of take it from there, you know? Or you could just, like, learn at a decent level every spec of a class. That might help a lot as well. But, like, tuning just changes all the time. Yeah. That's the thing, like, Mage always has some spec that's, like, really good for damage. You always bring a Warlock for Warlock Gateway. Oh, that's a good question for chat, then. What's easier to learn between Mage or Lock? You think Lock? Surprised how few people actually play Mage. It has to be one of the top 3 classes people are recruiting. Well, I don't know. In my experience, I feel like there's a lot of people that play Mage, but not that many that play it that well. I'll never forget on Sylvanas. You had this intermission phase where you had to run across the chains. And you had to run from like one platform to another platform. And I had a Mage player named Kilash. He loves it when I tell this story. He got hit by something. He stood in something. And he went from 100% to 20%. He activated Alter Time. And I topped him off. And I was like, oh, that was a close one. And then he activates Alter Time and goes back down to 20%. And I was like, Kilash. Oh, I'll never forget it. Yep. Classic Mage moment. The fact Warlocks have no raid buff makes them harder to have a spot in M+. Yeah, that's the problem when like their raid buff is a Warlock Gateway. And sometimes there's skips. A lot of times, they're, you know, no, not so much. I feel like Warlock needs to do like stupid, absurd levels of damage to be meta in keys. Yeah, or a summon. Yeah. I had a mage who would take Muggsy's spray frontal without popping any of his 5 defensives, and I straight up told him he's getting 0 prio heals if he keeps that up. Oh, I get that too, man. I get that too, where it's, you see somebody taking so much extra damage, you're like, man, now I don't want to heal you. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. You got cookies as well. But a lot of times when people refer to, like, raid buffs in M+, I guess it's not the most accurate phrase, right? The more accurate way to put it is like a damage buff that a healer would bring to the table, or a spec would bring to the table. I always think about it kind of from a healer perspective. I had to pop mirror image on pull for damage. Okay, well, you're in group 8 now. Oh, man. I know there's some like DPS player who's in chat right now, and they're like, I knew that these healers just take us off their frames and don't fucking heal us. I knew it. Oh. A DH in that fight, it was a very special man and fell off every week dashing on the bridges. Oh, that's my favorite, man. When people are like working on trying to like min-max their movement and like giga min-max their movement, but then it ends up like killing them all the time. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like we need a better word rather than raid buffs. But yeah, a lot of times it's just stuff that gives damage. P3 of Sylvanas till our 5th or 6th kill. Wow. You killed it 5 or 6 times before he actually even got to phase 3 alive? Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Oh, that was like... X testing is... I was just not sure what other healer I was going to test, Dylan. But now servers are down. At least the realms are there. So, we'll have to see. Raid lead brother, mascot energy. Oh, I feel that. You know, every guild needs like a personality hire, you know? Or like a guild punching bag. Yep, we're getting another beta build. I'll change my title, in fact. New beta build waiting room. New, let's see, beta waiting room. On a Tuesday, Meg. Yep. Yep, beta rooms are there. Progress. Are you volunteering, John? When rating M plus does all healers heal everybody? Because that would or is some healers focusing on the tanks? In raids, everybody does everything. Sometimes you have like niche moments where you're like, hey, in this situation, focus on this person or focus on that person. Sometimes we'll be like, hey, like you two focus bottom up, you other two focus like top down, things like that. So progress though, Max. Progress. See if Caligos decided to visit your order hall today after I converted your druid to retail. Hey, Disc is really strong in raids. Really strong in raids. Keys need some boofs. Need some buffs. But at least they changed a lot of things with the spec tree and like fixed a lot of problems. There was a lot of bad stuff before. Is this the week, UT? Is this the week where the dragons get their wings clipped? This is nothing new yet. I'm just looking over like old stuff. Some people wanted to be caught up on it. Nothing new yet. Already got clipped? Oh yeah. Where was that? I remember you mentioned that before. Fixed an issue where Marithra's blessing would trigger full value reversions and golden hours when echoed. Where the bug fix was bigly? Oh, you dirty dragons. What's the twin flame thing? It's a passive flame shipper talent. Consuming Estus Burst fires a twin flame, healing your target. Oh, got it. And so that's now a red spell. So what? It doesn't get buffed by any like the green stuff? Notice in the forums for the new dungeon testing. Yeah, but sometimes they do it after the server build comes up. So yeah. Gets buffed by Life Force Mender now? Ah, okay. That's actually kind of sick, though. That's actually kind of sick.
Thanks to @Seraphita for my sub gift. Yo, 71 months of the sick and wholesome healing content. Let's go @AutomaticJak.
Let's go, Bizzle. Thank you for the 71 months. Thank you for Seraphita for gifting it to you. You were worried that specifically saying red spells wouldn't affect Chrono Flames, but it still does. Oh, huh. Wait, should it even do that then? We take those anyway. True. Might as well. I think I understand exactly what Chrono Flames is. I realize I have no idea. It is your enhanced bronze living flame. Kind of like it does the damage, it does the healing, and then it echoes it for a little while. It's like it puts an echo of light onto your living flame, but the echo could do damage or healing. Oh, so the bronze is the after effect. Oh, okay. Chronomancer, I hardly know her. My Holy Pally has Holy Set as preferred for Vault. They gave me a two-handed intellect sword. Is there something new I have not heard about? No, Paladin's just been able to wield two-handers. Like our artifacts back in Legion had two-handed intellect weapons. But then they got rid of it because they wanted us to have Shield of the Righteous. So we had, you know, a great, like, Shield of the Righteous type setup. And they added another spell this expansion where you're able to block spells. So while holding a shield, you have a chance to block spells, reducing their damage by 20%. Without a shield, you have a chance to parry incoming melee attacks, reducing their damage by 20%. But you're not, well, at least you shouldn't be getting meleeed. Oh, I hope so, Oracle. I hope so, man. Oh, that's awesome, Bizzle. Yeah, man. 5 days a week is when I go to the gym. Life-saving, dude. It really is. Yeah, so I think it even just, like, blocks, like, AoE damage. I don't know if it is only bolts or what, but it usually was doing some, like, pretty good healing throughout the raid testing logs that I saw. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Let me check this real fast. Because I'm pretty sure, yeah, I don't think that he's really getting targeted by anything, but I want to see what actually procs this. So he just has the shield. And then I guess I would look at damage taken with a timeline tool. Because by taking... Because he took damage from the regular pulse damage there. And that's regular pulse damage as well. So just by taking damage from the AoE pulse, he took healing from Armory of Light. Yeah. So it seems like AoE spells are working with it. Yeah. Well, it's a new midnight talent. Yeah. So you can't burst like this. See some of your logs that do 30% of their healing into golden hour. Oh my god. What the? Oh, what the fuck? Patch notes? Waiting on him. Waiting on him eagerly. So we got ourselves a little waiting room. Look at the graph, the burst, the blasting. Healer besides priest? I kind of want Holy Pally to be good. I don't know if we're angling towards that or not. It might be an expansion where I pick up Prez more. I think it's the healer I've kind of neglected the most. That's probably the biggest one that I'm leaning towards. I think my biggest goal for Season 1, at least when it comes to, like, playing alts and stuff, because I have different goals, obviously, for my main, but I want to make sure that, like, by the mid-end of Season 1, I have most all my healers in, like, great gear, like, really good gear. I wouldn't mind, honestly, just trying to, like, really sweat it up at the beginning of the expansion. Get title, probably on Priest, but maybe on something Fodum. But also play, like, more healers in a raid. I want to get more familiar with, like, Prez in a raid for sure. Probably, like, Druid in a raid. I guess those are really the only two I don't really have much experience playing in a raid over the years. By the way, you've lost almost 45 pounds this year. Let's go, Tusk. That owns, dude. Good shit, man. I think I've gained close to 10 pounds now. I'm on my bulk setup. Confused with the H-Pally hate. It's like your most likely main did all the 15s, some 16s over the weekend, and after the buffs, I felt like I could heal better, had more control. Yeah, but it's just the amount of work relative to playing other healers is the biggest part. That's probably the most important thing, or the most like noticeable thing that I've seen. Is like, it's kind of cool playing around your mana. It's kind of cool playing around which of your single target spells you're using and things like that. But you go play like Druid, you go play like Shaman or something, there's like way less mana maintenance, or none basically. Your fiance is a personal trainer, she's been building your workouts, let's go. We'd love to see it. We'd love to see it. If you haven't, if she hasn't like put you on a app or anything like that, I've been using Heavy, which is H-E-V-Y. It's like a free app that I use, and it helps you like track your workouts and stuff. Bulking's way harder than losing. You're gonna be swole. It's tough eating enough, man. I saw one TikTok account or whatever. It's like, pick up the fork. Bulk, pick up the fork. Yeah, go for it, guy. Yep, new beta build. Anything specific I'm looking for improvement-wise from the raid testing? Just want to see how classes work. I mean, I'd love it if there was more adjustments to the UI. I'm not really expecting it until January, but I kind of just want to get another feel for the healing and everything. As using fitness apps, you just put your workouts in there, keep track of weekly insights, keeps you on track. There you go. I'm sure it probably works like an Apple Watch or something, because that's what I use. Someone's been a PvP main forever, thinking about finally switching to PvE since WoW hates PvPers. True, they do. But healer, what I recommend between Shaman and Monk for M+, and Heroic rating, maybe Mythic. Probably Shaman would be my suggestion. Yep. Alright, AC, Lightsmith, Crusader's Might. Only a single beacon. I think you would want to have one. If you could. What's the lore on like the Light of Dawn setup? Now we're waiting on it, Sniff. Eagerly awaiting on it. Is this like a raid setup? Oh, okay, okay. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah. That makes a lot more sense. I mean, I think you'd want like one of your beacons at least. 36-hour maintenance? I hope not, man. I can't stream that long. It feels like this could do really well with some of the burst damage, but it kind of seems to me like you're going like super, super heavy on like when Wings is up, I do a bunch. And then Wings not up, I don't do anything. And I get the idea behind it. Although I just don't think Wings is that powerful right now. You know, you're kind of like putting all your eggs in one basket of like making Wings super, super, super good and everything around it be super good. And there's a lot more rot damage fights. There's a lot more consistent damage in the raid encounters that we're experiencing. The double beacon is a lot of free output, for example. I think even running like Moment of Compassion for your infusion flash shields to be more powerful is really nice. I don't know if, what, a 50% increased duration, which means you're going to have a 22.5 second duration on your Wings, is going to be worth. Versus just having the Awakening, having the guaranteed crit chance, especially when you activate your Wrath as well, to help you with more hammer and anvil healing. Although it did get nerfed, but it still is very significant. Especially when it also you consider the transfers for beacon. It's like your beacon transfers for hammer and anvil, beacon transfers for Your Light of Dawn casts should be making up a huge amount of your output. Because, yeah, Light of Dawn, spreading out all its healing to all the targets, no longer being target capped, is like super insanely helpful. And they even had to nerf down. Well, they had to fix a bug basically because the transfer rate was higher than it intended. Where is it? Yeah, it did not. Light of Dawn did not have its transfer rate reduced to the beacons before, and it was doing so much healing. Yep. This priest ramp with extra steps. I feel like Prez and Disc are the only ones who are really like bursty. Yeah. Let me know if you have any other questions, guys. Let me get some water real fast and a monster. I'll be right back. Oh, you've been bursting. Don't lie. Don't lie, UT. The new Shaman Ascendants count as bursty. Not to the same level as like we're talking with like Disc and Prez, but that's more like raid, you know. 25 hour stream waiting room. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see.
Hey guys, welcome back. It's Meg.
Hey Meg.
Today I wanted to talk about how Mistweaver is doing on beta now that we've had about a week of Mythic Plus testing. And I did want to do this video without taking bugs into consideration because I'm under the impression that those...
Where's the new one? Man. Oh, yeah. Don't worry. I won't type in. This is out of date. Got no changes? What do you want? A new video.
Will be fixed before launch, but it's honestly really hard to approach it this way since there's so many major bugs that impact potential builds, probably because of missing interactions.
You could be like blindfolded and have like a voice changer on or something like that and start this video, and it would be like there's so many bugs going on and you just instantly know it's a monk video.
Or entire talents just turning off randomly based on our hero talents. There's a lot happening with bugs that do impact our gameplay, so unfortunately that is something I am considering when I'm testing builds, but overall I'm pretty confident that a lot of the big ones will get fixed before things go live. One of the major issues that we're having right now is Jadefire Teaching's transfer rate is randomly falling off of a cliff whenever we're playing Conduit of the Celestials. All of the Master of Harmony logs have been fine, so most of my testing has been done as Harmony. I also happen to prefer it, but I will do some Conduit testing whenever that bug gets fixed because that does impact our spot healing so significantly. I also wanted to play around with Jade Empowerment, but that is currently transferring full 300% instead of doing the 25% effectiveness on cleave targets. So right now you're getting way more out of your Jade Empowerment than you should be. So I am, again, going to be waiting to test that one until it is fixed.
Oh, that's why people are wanting to like play with it and everything like that. Interesting. I remember people were like, "Oh yeah, like when are we doing Jade Empowerment? We're doing Jade Empowerment." And I was like, "I thought this stunk."
I want to start out by saying that I think that Mistweaver itself is in an okay spot gameplay-wise, or it's at least headed in the right direction with Mythic Plus, but healing as a role has changed significantly, and honestly, I think it has changed for the worse. Healing overall feels pretty bad. The last time that we had a similar change made to healing for the pacing of the game was in Dragonflight, where you couldn't really top people up, but the damage intake significantly slowed down, which in retrospect ended up being pretty okay. Now in Midnight so far, the damage intake feels extremely similar to that of the War Within, but with healers now having less access to tools that we had before in dealing with this damage intake. I really feel like I'm trying to deal with very similar damage patterns with less at my disposal. Health bars are still very jumpy, and I feel weaker as a healer across the board, which is intentional, but of course you don't want to feel weak or helpless. Outside of health bar movement, a lot of the issue that I'm having with enjoying healing on beta right now is the removal of healer kicks. People in favor of this change seem to believe that there would be less cast spam, which so far has been completely untrue.
What do you mean? It looks fine. Holy shit. Just at me next time, alright?
There are so many mobs that
Later,
just
Bizzle.
spam cast bolts, and there's actually some bosses that do some
Give me my
really
shit
hard hitting
back.
spells that need kick.
Shit's gone,
Of course,
bro.
for trash mobs, we still have access to Sweep and Ring of Peace and Paralysis, but these things cannot be used on
man.
bosses. Taking Ick and Crick in Pit of Zaran as an example,
Yeah,
even
yeah.
on the 15, it's basically a one-shot if the cast gets off, in addition to the other two clones having a channel that can only be kicked or temporarily interrupted through anti-slow abilities. Even though you can temporarily
Even though you can use Tiger's Lust.
interrupt those, or you can have maybe one spare kick for the clones, it deals a lot of damage, and not having tools to prevent damage for a significant amount of time feels really terrible.
Yeah, you faded, you Phantasm it. I like this bit. Alright, Monk. Alright, Meg and Monks. This cast eats a full life cocoon. Okay. Which is it then? Does Cocoon absorb a lot of damage? So this mob does a lot of damage. And so absorbing a cocoon is a big deal. Or does Cocoon not absorb much damage? And so it absorbing a cocoon is like whatever. Pick the lane. Where is it? What cast doesn't eat at all? Yeah.
Kick for the clones, it deals a lot of damage, and not having tools to prevent damage for a significant amount of time feels really terrible. So far, just in these old dungeons, kicks feel just as, if not more important than they have in the War Within, and losing our kick as healers has honestly been just a pain in the ass.
Fuck
Moving
Jack.
over to more of the Mistweaver side of things rather than healing, I have mostly been playing this build. Key parts are Master of Harmony with Strayland's Gift and Emperor's Favor. It is extremely unlikely that Emperor's Favor will go live like this, since it's a huge outlier tuning-wise, but if or when this happens, I do worry about our ability to spot heal, since low stacks of Shaylin's Gift or Vivify spam is not enough to heal one target through heavy damage intake, especially in dungeons where there's often 2 or 3 players taking significant damage in a short amount of time,
Yeah,
like
Manatee,
the Blade Rush and
boom!
Skyreach, or 2 heal absorbs in Petasaran and Seat of the Triumvirate. With Emperor's Favor, it's manageable, but without it,
Nah, Meg's just in chat so I can bully Goylin. Played a game of, can I outkick the DPS as a healer? Sadly, I could do it more often than not. Well, now you can do it all the time. Happily. Enjoy your kicks. This was a really good example of how insane Emperor's Favor was, by the
to
way.
heal one target through heavy damage intake, especially in dungeons
Look at this.
where there's often 2 or 3
2 absorbs go out. She manatees.
players taking significant
Womp. Lay on hands.
damage in a short amount of time,
Manatee, real fast.
like the Blade
Womp. Lay on hands.
Rush and Skyreach, or 2
Crazy
heal
stuff.
absorbs.
This thing was super fun because you're only hitting one target though. I don't know. Maybe it was just too OP, but like 20% is like not anywhere near enough.
In Petasaran and Seat of the Triumvirate. With Emperor's
They
Favor,
did, they nerfed
it's
that.
manageable, but without it, it will be extremely hard to keep players alive through those mechanics.
Yep.
So far, what I like, obviously, Emperor's Favor with Tranquil Tea. It's really hard to ignore how powerful it is, especially when you can control it with Tranquil Tea. Like I just been talking about, being able to instantly top someone out of a big heal absorb or after they took some unkick spells to the face, it has been extremely impactful to have this as a tool. It obviously has a lot of modifiers tied to it, with the 500% on main target through Invigorating Mist, with the 150% from Emperor's Favor on top, but the instant cast portion feels fantastic. Hopefully this gets tuned appropriately, and we keep the same tool without it being over the top powerful.
Nope.
Spirit Font surprised me, and I like it a lot more than I expected to. There are some Soothing Mist interactions missing, but hopefully those get implemented, as well as bug fixes such as the full health channeling issue.
Ooh.
I do think for Apex talents it's appropriately tuned, it feels impactful without...
Look at that like confidence that she's just gonna focus on other people.
There are some
She like hits her fort brew as that damage happens, and then just starts staring at everybody else around
Soothing
her.
Mist interactions missing, but
It's a really good way to just like deal with incoming damage when you know everybody's taking big damage. I'll show it again. When you know that this stuff's coming
Spirit-
out. So she's got her fort brew right here next to the health pot and
Font
everything.
surprised me, and
She
I
doesn't
like it a lot more
she doesn't like heal herself at all.
than I expected to. There are some Soothing Mist interactions
well, cleave healing,
missing,
of
but
course.
hopefully those get implemented, as well as bug fixes such as the full health channeling issue.
This is a really good way to just like deal with incoming damage. And no matter what healer you are, when you know that you have a strong enough defensive that you're going to live that damage, you just spend all your activity time focusing on other people. You get a little bit of cleave healing and everything, of course, but you just are saying, I'm going to tank this. Everybody else is getting the prio heal.
I do think for Apex talents it's appropriately tuned, it feels impactful without totally dominating our gameplay. I do wish that when we had a Spirit Font proc that the Enveloping Mist cast to trigger it would have a reduced cast time to help it feel a little bit more fluid. I will probably never shut up about this, but Life Cocoon being a 3-point node is still criminal, and it needs to have either one or two of these effects either deleted, like Mist of Life, or made baseline, like Chrysalis.
True.
I understand there being issue with cooldown reduction through Conduit, and Life Cocoon potentially becoming too strong with Conduit. That's part of why I didn't want the Conduit tier set to be in this next version. I understand there being issue with cooldown reduction through Conduit, and Life Cocoon potentially becoming too
Wait, source and intern? Apparently beta build isn't happening until tomorrow? Who said? Who said? Do you have a screenshot of it? You want to like put a Gyazo or something in chat?
strong with Conduit. That's part of why I didn't want the Conduit tier set to be in this next version of the game, but Life
Name them,
Cocoon
yeah.
could also just be removed from the CDR effects and made into a real button, finally. With the mastery changes made to Chi-Ji's Gust of Mist being less effective, it has completely ruined the cooldown. I've been running between 200% to the upper ends of 300, like 370% mastery, just to get Chi-Ji to do absolutely any healing through Gust of Mist.
Oof.
As of right now, Chi-Ji has become a shell of its former self.
That's interesting, because when you hit Chi-Ji, it gives you 4 stacks of teachings. And I was always like, hitting Chi-Ji, hitting a huge blackout kick, and I'm like, yeah! And apparently it's doing nothing.
once again being
Came to
used
them in
as
a
a cheap
dream.
cocoon bot and maybe some enveloping mist spread, but it does hardly any healing at all, even when purposefully stacking mastery. And just to mention it one more time, coming back to the Emperor's favorite thing, I do worry for our spot healing if this gets over-nerfed, because
One of the things that's my favorite about this whole video is that all of Meg's testing is in Seat and Pit, which are like the most nasty dungeons. I've seen sometimes where people only showed like a high Algathar or something like that. And I'm like, nah, show me like the worst, like the nastiest stuff. Holy Priest t-shirt looks cool. Why aren't there more designs? I'll be working on some for midnight. Keep an eye out for it.
Shaylan's gift with low.
Actually, I'm gonna go message that guy right now. Since you mentioned it. There we go.
Stacks without
Magister's Terrace. I don't know. I don't really care for the library. It seems like you kind of just have to snake in and out of mobs for no reason. And it's like kind of only punishes you. The boss fight where you have to like soak the orbs, that one's pretty fun. The boss fight with like 20 squids and you have to chase them, that one's kind of boring. The volleyball one, I guess it's like fine. Oh damn, he responded instantly. Damn, he's responded real quick. He's after it. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of indifferent about it. It seems like it's kind of meh. I don't like hate it, but it's kind of eh. Here we go. Blizzard again. Below, you'll find a list of changes we're making to add-on restrictions. These are not the entirety of the changes. Ones we're already committed to. Beta 5 will be the last beta build we put out this year. We'll be continuing to work on add-on dev requests until the holidays, but Beta 6 won't be made until January. Note that Beta 4 had more changes, and Beta 5 had fewer due to build timing. Beta 4 ended up being built later than expected. Beta builds switched to 12.01 version instead of 12.00. This is because 12.00 will have the version used for Midnight pre-patch, and 12.01 will be the version used for actual Midnight. The remainder of beta will feature 12.01 builds, while PTR, when it goes up, will feature 12.00 builds. We'll continue to make add-on related changes in 00 until we make our pre-patch release candidate. One important thing is to note here is that we do plan to have these add-on restrictions active in pre-patch rather than waiting until 12.01. The reason for this is we want to give players a chance to get used to the new add-on landscape prior to midnight. We're not in 12.00 release candidate yet, so you can continue to test in beta for now. Once we pick a release candidate build, we'll let you know. We advise add-on authors to looking to prepare for the pre-patch switch to test on PTR instead of beta. After the 12.00 release candidate, our engineers will be switching over to making the most add-on related changes in 01 outside of very high prio stuff. We'll continue to make changes to 12.01 all the way up until launch and well past launch, even in follow-up patches to provide you with more of the quality of life you've requested. Interesting. So, coming in beta 5 ETA 12/17, so potentially in the morning. Yeah. Interesting. Wow, UI Dev Discord has all the information, especially about what's coming up. You don't have to understand coding for high-level understanding of what they're doing. Yeah. Which dungeon do you hate the most, Meg? It'd still be today, but I'd say unlikely. All right, well, let's see how the waiting room goes.
Bruce Favor and Vivify really just do not heal.
You hate Zenus? Zenus is... I like that that one boss that you like stand in and you heal and you have a damage buff. I like that one a lot. But the lines one where you have to like dispel the lines sucks. And the last boss is a huge pain in the ass. Like, find the one with the horns, and they're like stacked on top of each other. Sometimes you find it instantly, and sometimes I'm like digging through it. Yeah. Also, they have the stupid what is it? They have the really annoying mechanic where it's like Nexus King, where if you get too close to the copy, it bounces you. So like as a melee, that's gotta suck so bad because yeah, you're just constantly like, please move more, tank, please. Yeah. Which class is more Aura, Windwalker, or Havoc? Probably Havoc, man. Yeah, I think that's easy Havoc. Probably a 180. Yep. Yeah, you just get near it. It's like, yay.
Feel enough to counter the damage that some of these debuffs or boss mechanics put out. Some of the hardest hitting debuffs, of course, could be nerfed, but this is infinitely scaling content we're talking about, so it is still a concern.
Yeah.
Outside of some smaller bugs and quality of life changes, I think that these are my major concerns. Of course, we do still have to talk about the elephant in the room, and that is a reason to bring a Mistweaver. Currently, we are still lacking that, both for keys and for raid, considering that our toolkit is primarily hinged upon how well our healing is tuned and how necessary HPS is. I would like us to have something that would get us an invite, or at least not a reason to not invite us, for raid or for keys. Just to get us on the same footing as everybody else, we need a real tank external. Life Cocoon either needs to scale off of the target HP, or it needs to have some talents baked into it to increase its power level. Right now, the point allocation that it requires and the power level just do not match up. Mistweaver has still not received our 20% damage buff that all healers received in the first week of beta. We are supposed to be getting it, we just haven't received it yet, but healer damage is still significantly lower than everyone else's damage, so hoping to see that addressed. Across the board, auto attack damage has been buffed, which is technically a buff to Mystic Touch. I cannot say how impactful that is. I don't think it's going to increase the value of Mystic Touch to be higher than another raid buff that another class brings, but I can't really complain because it is technically a buff. But I did actually like a suggestion that I saw on the forums for a type of raid buff that is unique. Given that Monk and Mistweaver is kind of focused around tea, it was the idea that it would be a tea party buff and that it would be a food buff that was just slightly better than the one that you can get through professions. I like this idea. Sick. It would incentivize bringing a Mistweaver or a Monk depending on how they decided to implement it, without it just being a copy-paste of a different raid buff.
It would be like the special spice. It's like your monk brings their own like legendary spices from Pandaria to the team, making their food buff 50% stronger or whatever. 100% stronger.
And it also kind of plays into the Pandaren side of things. I believe they have a racial called Culinarian, which is a personal increased food buff. So
sounds good, Jen.
It kind of all makes sense lore-wise to me, so I know we're not getting a beta build this week because we have American Thanksgiving, but hopefully the week of the 3rd, I believe, is when the next build is due.
You can just call it Thanksgiving. Can't stand those Canadians doing it early.
Hoping to see a lot of bug fixes, hoping to see maybe some reason to bring a Mistweaver to something. I feel like I've been saying this for multiple expansions in a row, but we gotta have something. We gotta have a reason
Don't give up!
I guess overall I'm a little worried for the state of the game, especially from a healer's perspective, but we will just have to wait and see and continue to leave feedback. So I will see you guys in the next video. I hope that this was helpful or informative, and thanks for watching.
Thanks, Meg. Bye. What if monks brought an Aura of Avoidance again? I think they need, like, damage, you know? Because, I mean, think about Prez. They bring, like, Zephyr, for example, as, like, damage reduction for the team. There's some, like, Obsidian Scales stuff they bring for the team. And, like, those are nice, but M+ kind of lives and dies on damage. What I was going to look up was, like, Sky Fury. Not only is it Mastery, but isn't it, like, Multi-Strike? It's Mastery, and then it powers auto attacks to strike again. Yeah. I'm like, why don't they just try to do something like that, where it's not only physical damage, but also extra attacks or something like that? Sorry, Mastery points. Excuse me. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, you're more susceptible to crits or something like that. Like, they take larger amounts of critical strike. Something along those lines. Like, they had no problem changing around what they were going to bring for shamans. Why are they not doing the same thing for Prez? Why are they not doing the same thing for Monk? Like, you know, Priest is like stamina and PI. Druid's Mark. Shaman's Sky Fury. You know, it's like Paladin, Evoker, and Monk are like the what the fucks, you know? Because, like, yeah, Devo Aura is, like, it's good. There's a big separation, and that's why we need to find another term for it, okay? There needs to be another term for raid buffs, because raid buffs, you know, Devo Aura falls under that one, right? But Devo Aura is not enough to bring you into M+ these days. You know, let's be real. Physical vulnerability is a raid buff, but it's not enough to bring you into keys these days. Blessing of the Bronze is a raid buff, but it's not enough to bring you into keys these days. There needs to be a new word for the community that talks about Mythic plus buffs that are increasing the damage for the team. Because it's more than just raid buffs. It's buffs you get to your team that makes you go faster. PI is not technically like a raid buff in this definition, but it's a buff that's bringing big damage, and that's your utility you bring to the team, especially when healers do piss low amounts of damage. Bringing haste to somebody is makes your effective damage contribution to the team very real. Doing great, Jeff. How's it going, man? Yeah. Atre's doing like 40k DPS. Explain. Fake news. Fake news. Our benediction does 30% less healing. It should be doing 30% more healing for our flash heal.
I wanted to make a quick video
Let's go watch this video about Spirit Font.
About Spirit Font, specifically now that we have been able to see it in some group content and learn more about how it works. Just to recap, Spirit Font is Mistweaver's Apex talent, and the Apex talents are located at the bottom of the Spec tree, completely separate from the rest of the tree. You are not required to take these talents, although they seem pretty heavily incentivized due to being powerful. The Apex talents are 4 points total, with 2 1-point nodes and 1 2-point node. This is rank 1, 2, and 3, and in this case, Vivify and Shalen's Gift are interchangeable, since Shalen's Gift overrides Vivify when talented. Currently, this has a 1 proc per minute proc rate, and you can force procs with Thunder Focus Tea with that last talent, but naturally it's about 1 per minute.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of confusion about what happened with Spirit Font, so I do want to clarify that Spirit Font is its own version of Soothing Mist, and it heals by itself after you activate it with Enveloping Mist. The uptime on it is a buff, so it is not causing our character to channel, and as a result, we do not get instant cast on Vivify, or Enveloping Mist, or Shalen's Gift from Spirit Font. You will also not interrupt Spirit Font by casting other abilities, so it's working completely independently of our own spellcasts. It's hard to tell on alpha for sure, because it is alpha, that is kind of just how it works, but it seems like the intention is to let Spirit Font Soothing Mist be affected by our other Soothing Mist talents like Elusive Mist, Jade Serpent Statue, and Unison. After testing Peaceful Mending, it looks like it's not currently working, but I don't know if it will in the future.
Yeah. I thought that you would use Spirit Font to jump between targets that you're soothing into and hit envelops on them. That's usually what I've been doing whenever I've activated it. That's usually what I've been trying to work on. Free move soon. Yeah. It's kind of weird that what is it? The serpent? The cast on the move, way of the serpent type stuff. Isn't that unique because the Apex talent lets you just cast on the move with it? Or at least zoom on the move with it? Yeah. True, it's its own thing. It's its own thing. Yeah, I feel like it needs to have something else. Yeah. Who else should we watch? Oh, when is Bellular making healing content? One police dead. Oh god, if they gave damage buffs to away the serpent, you're sitting in the back, channeling lightning on everybody. You're gonna tell me that I'm right. Has anything really happened with tanks? I feel like we're due for like a tank balance patch or vibe patch. Yo, what up, Esmir? Let's see. Nobody's been posting much lately. Artifact Tower, come back to WoW.
All right, today we are talking about grinds. So the grind, it's a staple of any MMORPG, whether it's grinding gear, grinding rep.
It'll come up automatically. So I got the realms open and we're just kind of waiting. All right, should Artifact Power come back to World of Warcraft?
Legendaries, experience, levels, whatever, you name it, it's been ground into the ground. And anything that gives you 0.1% power is something that players like me, and like you, will automatically flock to just to get that one hit of dopamine, that power increasing dopamine that everybody yearns for. So the grind, that's what we're talking about today. And what grind do we have? One of the most divisive ones in the history of the game. This is the history of Artifact Power. All right, so Artifact Power, it starts all the way back in the Legion expansion, and it is a currency that is exclusively tied to the expansion's artifact weapon system. Each class of specialization received a unique artifact weapon that was obtained via class-specific quest lines on the Broken Isles.
Oh,
these weapons were really cool and lore relevant, but that's not part of the scope of what this video aims to talk about. So AP, though, it was earned from nearly all in-game activities, such as like world quests, questing, dungeon or raid bosses, rares, treasures, PvP, LFR, M0 swoops, you name it, it granted AP. So you ended up earning AP from whatever source. Then it was spent to unlock and rank up traits in a sprawling spec-specific talent tree that was etched into the artifact weapon. These traits would enhance abilities, provide utility, or offer other major power boosts. And so how it worked was fairly simple. There would be specific abilities or different modifiers that would enhance. There was defensive nodes as well. Like I remember some of the defensive nodes would give you either stamina or it would increase your armor values. Some of the damage boosting nodes would do things like whenever a target is dotted and you have your starfall out, it does more damage from your dots. On top of that as well, there were also artifact weapon abilities. Those were always on use abilities. The AP items, they were right to click, and you would just end up like adding the power to the currently equipped artifact, not all three of your four artifacts that you had for your specific specialization, which is very notable.
Oh, dude, relics are such a pain in the ass. Well, I don't know if he's advocating for it. He's just saying the title is should it come back. He's just doing the history so far. But man, relics were a pain in the ass because like you had so much power in your weapon, but your weapon was never really like weak, but it took a long time to get it strong because you had 3 different relics that you could plug in and have different powers attached to them, and it also increased your weapon eye level at the same time.
It was just to your currently equipped one. There was also no daily cap, but the costs on the artifact weapon did scale exponentially. Early traits would cost around 100 AP each. Later ones would end up ballooning all the way up into the millions. Originally, 65 million artifact power was the cost for all primary traits, plus a maxed out Paragon point. And by the end of the expansion, this would end up ballooning up to 217 billion for the rank 75 Crucible's Promise achievement. So like I said earlier, AP, it was spec and weapon specific, so swapping specs or weapons meant that separate progression ended up needing to happen. This was a huge problem in early on patches. This was still kind of the era of having a flex healer where this is basically a DPS who would occasionally heal. This was the beginning of the end of the flex healer for most top-end guilds, where you not having a buffed up weapon made you far less powerful than your guild's main healers, and you were committing serious power to that specific weapon whenever you were committing AP to it.
Especially at the start of the expansion, because you would get artifact knowledge that would increase your gains by quite a lot, and so there'd be a lot of moments where like you just couldn't have somebody off spec heal because they would just do nothing because they just wouldn't have like a weapon at all.
This meant that flex healers really died. I remember in that era as well. We ended up getting a 5th healer for the first time in my guild's history. This was also relevant from a season-to-season perspective. So, say you mained Frost Mage one season, then Fire was the meta Mage spec the season after. That meant that you were behind a lot of artifact power on your class's weapon. And not having that buffed up weapon was an AP that was just effectively God. It was just juiced into the ether. So it is a lot of artifact power, but there was a way to creep that problem. This was called the Artifact and Knowledge system. What this was is it was a passive multiplier that you researched in your class order hall by using order hall resources, and that exponentially boosts AP gains. For example, in 7.0 at rank 1 artifact knowledge, this was a 25% modifier on artifact power that was gained. Rank 25 was a 25,000% modifier on artifact power gained, and you can kind of see over time how you would end up racking it up fairly quickly.
Also, at the beginning, artifact knowledge was character specific. So you really wanted to hit max level immediately, because it would be like every week you could spend more order hall resources and get more knowledge. But you wanted to make sure you started that process as fast as you possibly could. This shit sucks.
So this was just kind of meant to kind of creep your weapon as fast as possible. Early artifact knowledge, though, that would progress slowly, and it cost multi-day research projects. You would end up getting 2 artifact knowledge levels per week, but there was no catch-up. Personally, this was really grief. I remember finishing leveling in Legion on Saturday because I was busy with college classes. I was perpetually behind 1 artifact knowledge level until everybody hit rank 25 12 and a half weeks into the expansion. So that was very cool and interactive. Additionally, anyone who re-rolled did not receive any artifact power catch-up until patch 7.1.5, which happened 135 days, aka 19 weeks after the expansion launch, meaning that there was a significant amount of time that people would just be perpetually behind. The simplified way of saying all of this is that you would just use artifact power to buff up your specific weapon. Artifact knowledge comes along as inflation to make AP less valuable over time. So week in and week out, players would tend to be within a few levels of one another, and early on in Legion, the weapon points would yield additional major traits for your weapon. Some of these could be actually massive damage gains, as high as like 3 to 5% damage gains per point. So for the original weapon, there were 34 traits, as I stated.
Yeah, people kind of miss how much you logged in and did not raid, did not Mythic Plus, you just like did world content. And it got so crazy because at that point everyone's like, there's too much to do, there's so much to do, there's so much to like prep for, so much to work on. Yeah, it was a huge experience. You were doing world quest swoops, and you would spend entire days not raiding, not M+ing, but just farming to improve your character.
Earlier, and then traits from this weapon could be either passive or active, with passive traits usually empowering your regular abilities to some extent. The first point that you would also put into your weapon, that would unlock the artifact ability that I was calling out earlier. Those tended to be some rotational cooldown style ability. There was also some traits with gold and silver borders on them, which those were more impactful than traditional traits. You tended to want to beeline towards those traits.
Ture, the goat. Ture. You would get an active ability that had the elite thing on it. Actually, it's right over here. And it would be an active ability that would do like a small heal, and it would make them receive like 50% more healing or something crazy like that. Yeah.
And these traits, they were unlocked, like I said earlier, by spending artifact power, and they can only be unlocked if one of the traits that was directly connected to that point has also been fully unlocked. And you can see the interconnectivity of these weapons on screen right here. From then on, you needed to visit the forge in the class hall to be able to purchase a trait, and what purchasing a trait did was it would grant you an additional 0.75% stamina all the way up until that 34-point threshold that I called out earlier. You can actually see that in the top left-hand corner of the artifact weapon in the window. Then, after filling out the main tree, you can put an additional 20 points into the bonus Paragon traits that grants you additional health, healing, or damage. This ranged from a 5 to a 15% damage or healing bonus.
So what happened right there was they stopped scaling your stamina after you got a certain amount of artifact power, and it just gave you more healing and more damage. And that power crept the hell out of healers. Healing got so bursty in Legion that you could basically press like 3 buttons as a Paladin and like lay on hands your entire raid. It was so absurd how powerful healers got in this expansion. It was nuts.
So basically the 35th point, that was a 5% damage gain, and then every point subsequently after that was a 0.5% damage gain. And now the grind from 35 to 54 for 10% damage, that was utterly insane. I hated doing this. And this is where the Maw of Souls grind, that's where that came into play.
Yep.
It was by far the most efficient AP grind, and it was this very simple strategy where you just 3-chested Mythic Plus dungeons, because they gave you bonus AP per chest that you had spawn. That's where the 3 chests actually came from, is because you would end up getting multiple chests depending on how far under the timer you were. So now Maw of Souls, it was a 24-minute timer. It's the shortest Mythic Plus dungeon in World of Warcraft history. This meant that it had the best AP per hour, and that was the best AP per hour, was just to spam Maw of Souls for artifact power. And it's a bit mind-numbing, but if I only knew what was yet to come in BFA with Allied Expeditions, I would maybe been a little bit more happy to do Maw of Souls. So now this was actually one of the few times that I almost quit the game, funnily enough. The grind from 34 to 54. So for context, and I remember this very vividly, I needed to do 10 Maw of Souls runs per day over the entirety of my college winter break.
Yeah.
25 days of 10 Maw of Souls runs per day. Slamming 250 Mythic Plus runs in 4 weeks, no matter if they were 10 minutes or 8 minutes or whatever. It was unbelievably unfun. I also do remember watching a bunch of streamers at this time. They hit the Your Key My Carry. I remember this is where JB actually started to get pretty big in streaming. He had a lot of runs with him and Shakib that was Your Key My Carry, where they just ran down Maw of Souls. Nonetheless, this made me really consider quitting the game, since I was actually doing my Maw of Souls grind solo. I had recently joined a new guild with 0 friends, and I was basically tasked with doing this grind, and it was very overwhelming because I was basically just pugging it in LFG. So I almost quit. But clearly I'm still addicted and still here to this day, so you know how that story ended up turning out. I didn't quit. So my story aside, that was the most of the artifact power situation for the very beginning of Legion. It was a weapon that had 54 traits with exponential increasing currency. There was power creep in the form of artifact knowledge. Some of those traits were interactive, some were not, depending on what your weapon did. If you tried to play multiple specs, it was terrible.
Good luck.
There was a huge issue with both legendaries and the weapon. That was a problem that did not get fixed until later on. So that was damn near the first 8 months or so of the expansion, and we didn't get changes until 7.2. So 7.2 comes out, and things change pretty significantly. Artifact knowledge is no longer gained via work orders from the order hall. Now you're just given artifact knowledge levels on a per week basis. This is smart. Additionally, Blizzard sunsets the Paragon traits. That almost made me quit the game due to the grind, and then they added a new grindable Paragon trait. The new trait in question, it was the Concordance of the Legion Fall. So Concordance of the Legion Fall, it was different than the 0.5% damage that was gained on a per point basis on the Paragon traits. Instead, Concordance of the Legion Fall was an RPPM proc that gave you main stat based on how many points you had in your weapon. Each point in the weapon and the Concordance of the Legion Fall proc gave you incremental amounts more main stat from that proc. It was not even close to as impactful as the 0.5% DPS from those previous Paragon points. Doing research on this, I also found a video of Preach in Legion to jog my memory on how all of this worked and how players felt about Concordance of the Legion Fall. He did a great job of summarizing what was wrong with the Paragon points and what was different about Concordance of the Legion Fall. First and foremost, Paragon points were required and tuned around the concept
build notes up.
having those.
Real? Debate? I don't see anything. Feedback, dungeon testing. Let's see. Class changes? No class changes. A lot of dungeon tuning, though. The lies. The slander.
54 points in Nighthold, so not having them was a huge deal. So that kind of was the issue with the 54 points in the Paragon.
I guess we'll look at what the changes are for the dungeons. Take a little breather. If the servers come up today, Nin, then you lied. But if they don't come up today, then you're in the clear. Additional creatures spawn with Arcane Sentry at the start of the dungeon. Oh, yes, you're not just fighting one dude by himself. Void surges and buff allies. Fears all players in combat for 3 seconds. Fun. More dot damage. More expiration damage to the Void Bomb. Try to grind rivals today? Shit, I might try to do that too. This is like patch notes for dungeon tuning right now. Not class tuning. Ultron. I ban Ultron every game if I can. I play Gambit. Gambit, Invis, C&D, Luna. Let's see. It just your damage over time effect with stacking unexpectedly. Oh yeah, the core right would just kill you. Ooh, a little Gambit cosplay? That'd be sick. If I knew where people went to like order cosplays or something like that and have them made, that would be sick. So, those are all beta builds, Kazul, in my Discord, yeah. Yeah. If you go to the Discord, Midnight Beta Resources, and these are all the builds for beta that I've been using. Yeah, and the base UI as well. There's little write-ups and stuff like that talk about it. Not all of these are great. Some of the disc ones, I was just kind of messing around with, like the Void one. Very much work in progress, yeah. But they got stuff to get you started. Oh, Lothraxion adjusted the pace of the encounter. Searing Rend only damages the tank instead of all enemies in front of the caster. Thank goodness. The tank has to move around so much on this fight. It's insane. It's actually ridiculous. There's a delay between the impact and the mirror image spawning. Add a visual to communicate the direction of the charge. The new monk changes. Will you be able to play monk as a range? Kinda. It looks like they're trying to edge, like, you play serpent in a raid and you play Way of the Crane in like keys, basically. But I'm sure somebody's gonna cook up some kind of ranged M+ build. I'm sure they will. It's an issue with the rider. The phalanx breakers could attack unintended targets. Prevented creatures from near derelict duo from engaging in combat through the wall. Oh man, reconfigure the dungeon's waystones. That's the checkpoints. Also, the Game of the Year winner. Am I one of the haters? I never played Expedition 33. So I don't know. I'm kind of whatever on award shows in general. I feel like there's been too many times where I was disappointed growing up at like what won the Oscar or the Academy Award or whatever, that I kind of gave up on like award shows in general, because there were so many times where it felt like it was some like why did this thing get picked? It's like a movie I'd never fucking heard of. You didn't see like any commercials about it. And it's like, oh, it won. Yay. The like dude who had like sex with a fish or something like won. And it was like, what? Like fucking put a Marvel movie in there at that point, man. So, I don't know. I don't really care about award shows. I feel like they're all just kind of like corrupt. Not gonna lie. Movies about Hollywood always win. Yeah. It's like whatever. The people in the Hollywood bubble pick the movie they like the most. It's like, yeah, you know. Yeah. But yeah, I didn't play E33. I like turn-based games, but I just like never got around to it. Let's see. Kralik would spend time during his ad phase auto-attacking instead of using Blade Storm. It's an issue with the targeted player can move out of the damage zone. Damage radius is increased. It's a PR show, relationships game, pretty much. I mean, that's a lot of like institutions and everything like that in the world these days. It's just like who you know, who can get you into things, who's the connect. It's not like, nothing is like merit based these days, you know? It's all just who you know, what's going on. That's how it is. Prop Alley needs help, yeah. I'm sure we're going to get some kind of Prop Alley changes eventually. I don't know if it's going to be now or if it's going to be January. These are dungeon tuning notes. So, no class tuning yet. No class tuning yet. Not sure E33 won because of the relationships. They're a pretty small studio. They won so much because the people are connected with their underdog story. Maybe. E33 swept the awards. It was completely deserved. If you ever do variety, I'd tune in to watch you go through the story. Sounds good. I'd like to do some more kind of variety and stuff, especially in January. Maybe we'll do a little bit today. I don't know. Yeah, it feels like everybody's been saying it, Gabriel. That like that's the one tank that's like in the worst position possible. Let's see. Rework the Mythic mechanic by introducing soul fonts into the encounter. They form when players touch the arrows, denying space until they get destroyed by the gust shot. They eject orbs that damage and knock players away. Gust shot no longer interacts with turbulent arrows. Oh, so you got to destroy the soul fonts and then you got to go up in the air. So they made this fight harder. Interesting. Yeah. Bolt Gale is a precast, pushes players away, wind stuns. Fire Spit where the creature would sometimes immediately recast it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, they nerfed the throw axe. Dude, these axe throwers dealt so much damage. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, they also fixed the archers. Yeah, because they would be hitting you from downtown. That shit was insane. Well, I don't really know. I mean, what, like Marvel Rivals probably got nominated for Game of the Year. What else was actually like new? Was there like another Elden Ring expansion or whatever? I think it's gonna be a Shadowlands situation. If this is the last build till January, they have 8 weeks to launch. The pace they've been going in December, I think, has actually been really good. Honestly, I think that they've been working like really hard from what I've seen in December, especially on like getting shit ready to go. I remember in Shadowlands, we had so many questions about like how to swap covenants, and they like were super quiet. We're not really engaging in the community about it, all that kind of shit, right? And so like I'm a lot more hopeful about this expansion than I am Shadowlands, because just thinking about the quantity of changes that they made before Shadowlands launched versus before Midnight's launching, I'm like a lot more positive on it. They have like a good pace of like work with add-on developers and all that kind of stuff, you know? I don't think Rivals will be on a Game of the Year list. I thought it was nominated for it. But like, yeah, I mean, hero shooters in general are going to be a little bit more niche for people. Yeah, Kingdom Come, Hades, Death Stranding, Silk Song. Gotcha. I agree. I think Midnight is more polished, even with the add-on issues. Yep. Like, I think a big difference between like Midnight and Shadowlands is that both of them had like a big overhanging issue. Shadowlands had covenants, right? Midnight has the add-on issues. The big difference though is it actually feels like Blizzard is listening to people about the add-ons and trying to constantly make changes so that add-ons can function in a new way. Now, they're obviously breaking a lot of stuff in the process, but at the same time, they're trying to make sure that they're like making up for it and correcting the collateral damage in the process as well. And like, it seems like they're making frequent enough changes that every week I log into beta, something different has changed about the UI. And it's almost always for the better. Like, people will cry about the like Louis Vuitton stuff, or maybe just joke about it, you know? I think it's fun to joke about that the heal absorb looks weird, but it doesn't matter what the texture is going to be, because every healer is going to really want, every competitive healer is really going to want to have an add-on to manipulate things their own way. And as long as it has a texture for a heal absorb, you can manipulate with that with an add-on and make it look like whatever you want, and you'll be fine. You know? But yeah, I mean, raid party frames still need a lot of work. Damage meters need a lot of work. Oh my god, do they need a lot of work? I'm fine with the nameplates, but I'm not a tank, right? And so like tanks, even DPS players, are going to care about the nameplates more than I will, right? They admitted the add-on stuff can blow up in their face. Shadowlands, they completely refuted the obvious thing that was going to blow up in their face. That's very true as well. That's very, very true as well. They've taken a lot more responsibility. A lot more responsibility. Oh, I thought Arc Raiders was like too recent of a release or something. Because doesn't it, with like the Academy Awards, or Oscars. They're like, hey, anything, 2 months before the Oscars or whatever, will only qualify for next year. People are fine with a bit of a clunky in the add-on department because it felt like a necessary evil. Yeah. And as long as they can get the big things covered for people, I think it'll actually go fine. And that's the thing. They have to put the UI in a good enough spot, and then you'll be all right. Yep. The click box is messed up with nameplates. I can click the right one, but I have no issues with retail. I think I know what you're talking about, Prelude, because I thought that was happening to me, and I couldn't quite tell. Because there's a couple things. It's like I thought I was seeing ghosts, But I think you're right. Do we still like that they're still working on class design? Oh yeah. Usually they continue with class design until 4 or 5 weeks beforehand, something like that. What they historically do is before the expansion drops, they do a really big healer patch, and then that's usually it. They might do plus or minus 2% or something like that here or there for specs, but usually there's one final big push, Oh, I agree, Todor. And I mean, that was one thing on every podcast I've been on, and I'll probably make another video about it too. I think the targeted spells have to be an option you could turn on or off for your raid frames, because it's just ridiculous if not. Because otherwise you're just going to stare at nameplates. The nameplates will show the target. Why doesn't the actual raid frame, Needs to happen. Yeah, they definitely resisted, Thomas. They definitely resisted the change to Shadowlands. From the very beginning, too. From the very, very beginning as well. Prez is very strong. It's a good time for Prez Evokers. I think their combination of pruning stuff and then also taking some stuff they pruned and putting it into the Apex talents was a smart move. It seems like it's streamlined. It's in a positive fashion. It's good. See that Blizz needs to make their game more accessible for new gamers if they don't want to die with our generation. True. And I think that's the nice thing about it is that it seems like they're really taking a risk, Prez overall has a reduced range, but Dream Breath has a 40-yard range. So you can at least Dream Breath from downtown. It's actually really nice. I feel like this focus to the no add-ons is the selling point, but is the gameplay fun and new and fresh? I like raid healing a lot, but probably the biggest thing is from a healer perspective, is I think they're making raid healing really good, but if damage is too high in dungeons, it's gonna make M+ healers feel pretty bad. And that's probably the largest concern is when they slow down healing, it gets especially tough for M+ healers to keep everybody healthy. And I think that's a lot of the conflict is raid healers and M+ healers are kind of kind of button heads over this. And I do raid and I do M+, but when it comes to the healing situation, I've been really, really loud about raid healing being not satisfying for a long time, and that's where a lot of my advocation has been, Well, that's the biggest thing, that one guy. You can even go back into my old videos. Let me see, Dragonflight healing. The Dragonflight healer divide. But where is it? The real problem with healing. I think in this video, I'll skip around real fast. I won't make us watch. Oh, do you want to watch the whole video? I think it's near the end. I'm pretty sure it's near the end. This is 2023, so 2 years ago, over 2.5 years ago.
I die in an instant. I think for me, those are some of the periods that I enjoyed healing the most.
Holy shit, I'm so skinny.
Whenever it comes to, burst healers like Disc Priest, yeah, you always want to be first. You want to always capture the healing. But I think there's something to be said about having these sort of like all-in moments for output. Either you just hit this narrow window of time to push together all your healing and you succeed, or you don't and players die. It also puts a ton of emphasis on raid healing cooldowns. If your gear is the same, enough of these cooldowns on hand to be kind of nerf all the healers equally at the same time.
Here it is. Okay. Yeah, beta's offline right now. This is something I've been saying for like 2 years now. Over 2 years.
So for me, I think what they need to be able to do is massively balloon the health of players. Possibly just kind of nerf all the healers equally at the same time.
Wait for it.
To be able to just widen out this delta a little bit. Massively increase the raid damage that's coming into the Aberrus raid.
Wait for it.
Also, and finally, they got to give some thought to things like Nature's Vigil and Ancestral Guidance. Because very famously in WoW's history, we did see the solo heal of Mythic Garrosh.
Where's the point?
Heroic Garrosh before they made Mythic. By a Holy Priest. And part of that was not only the player skill, which was obvious, but it was also because there was a lot of value in like off tranks, off healing tide, off healing from
that is
DPS
true,
classes.
actually.
And that's another consideration that I hope Blizzard's going to look into as well before we get into the Aberrus raid, because I really want it to be into a world where healers are constantly expected to be healing, constantly forced to be doing additional healing, and I don't need to worry about this whole silly like DPS thing. What I want to be doing is focusing on healing as a healer and be challenged to do it every single time. But let me know.
Where's that part? I talk about like making 5-man healing really, really strong, and then making raid healing like weak, basically.
Kind of shielding effects to be able to keep players alive through it at the exact same time. So it was a really interesting sort of balancing act that you had to stay in the fight, and also knowing that they're not just going to like die in an instant. I think for me, those are some of the periods that I enjoyed healing the most. Whenever it comes to, you know, burst healers like Disc Priest, yeah, you always want to be first. You want to always cap.
What was my favorite expansion to heal? I liked Legion a lot, but probably my favorite was BFA. And I started showing all this footage from a few years ago, and a lot of it is Legion, a lot of it's BFA, for the times I enjoyed healing the most. Because more often than not, it would take a really long time to top everybody off. And you could just see like the rot damage ticking away in the frames. You could see how long people stayed low HP. And I think the most reasonable way that they could make raid healing and M+ healing really happy is that if it took a long time to top people off in a raid, kind of like this situation, where you're just constantly healing. You constantly have stuff to do. And then in an M+ environment, you are, let's say, 50% stronger. You push up health bars much faster in a 5-man because you're the only healer and you need to be able to heal really quickly. I think that would be like the nice era for everybody, because what they're doing right now is they're nerfing healing effectively, so it takes longer to top off. And that's really making a lot of M+ mains upset, because they're like, shit, this is like very difficult to keep everybody healthy because the damage keeps on coming. And that's where a lot of like the conflict between like some healers are enjoying healing next expansion, some healers are not, you know. The most simple thing that they could do is just make it so that healers are just more powerful in a 5-man environment, less powerful in a raid. And power basically means how quickly you top off a health bar, you know. Is it true that there's tension between my buttons feel meaningful and health bars get pushed up too quickly? Or maybe the solution is to limit the number of targets. Some of the buttons feeling meaningful is that you are having a lot of different effects that are producing healing. So when it comes to like Paladin, for example, you check out right here, you're not casting anything with a beacon. You're not casting anything with this beacon. You know, you're casting a lot of Eternal Flames, you're casting a lot of Holy Shocks. These are hitting for 59k and 58k here. And Clarius has a health bar equivalent to about 400,000 health. And so if you take 59,300, right? Yeah, 59,300 and 411,000 HP. You're hitting for about 14% of their HP. It's okay. They just buffed. This is before the buffs, of course. That's not that satisfying, though. You know, you're hitting for like 15% of somebody's health bar and slow. Now, that's okay if everybody is playing slow and everyone's kind of chipping away at pushing up health bars. But you get into a 5-man, you get into a dungeon, and you're pushing up 15% of somebody's health with a hit. Like, that's slow. That's really, really slow. And that's the conflict in a nutshell. Is you may not really care if your heals are not hitting very hard in a raid, if you're constantly healing, you constantly are doing stuff. But you're really going to hate it in a dungeon where you're the only healer and you are the sole point to blame, you know? Yeah, and that's another thing, too, is like historically, Holy Shock was a nuke. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, 3% damage reduction, bat chest. But I mean, you look at Paladin, right? And like, Judgment is just all passive heals. Beacons, passive heals. Sun's Avatar, I don't know, maybe you manipulate the positioning a little bit, but, you know, passive heals. 10% of all healing done to you from other sources heals 4 other allies. There's no interaction there, you know? Allies are healed when you cast Blessing, Protection, or Sacrifice. Okay, cool, you know? That actually hits them more than... It hits like twice as hard as the Holy Shock. That's kind of funny. Right? Exactly, Rix. And that's the biggest thing. I think that's the best thing that you could advocate for. Have a 5-player aura for all the healers. You do X% more, and then you can tune that accordingly. Because Disc had it, and when Disc got it in the War Within, we had 2 seasons of Disc being meta. Like, oh, holy shit. Like, how did that happen? Yep, they have it for Disc, and in the War Within, they made it for raid cooldowns. So your Divine Hymn actually feels like a good button in dungeons. Trank feels like a great button in dungeons. You know, on and on and on. It makes your healing spells feel more effective, you know? Yeah, reason why Druids are so broken for so long is they had that 5-man modifier through their mastery. Well, yeah, their mastery is just really well suited for 5-mans too, because you could just stack up germ heals. You know, get double rejuves out on everybody. Your regrowths are hitting like a truck. You're not going to worry. Like, Druid may not even need much of a 5-man aura at all. But other healers certainly do. And that's how you can tune them while keeping, you know, their healing unique. Their styles unique. Like, as cool as it was for Druid players to heal Khajiit. You guys remember Hall's Infusion? Khajiit, the ticking damage? Well, at the end of Dragonflight, Druid was the only one that could heal the highest levels of those keys. They were like 1 or 2 key levels above everybody else. And a big reason for it was, you know, their mastery, their healing style was really well suited to it. Some of it was the tuning, of course. But yeah, you try to do like Disc keys and Legion, Shaman keys and Legion, Holy Priest and BFA. Garbage, man. So bad. I think it's a very straightforward way to like fix the problems that healers are having when they kind of butt away at each other. Because some people will be like, I hate how the healing works in, you know, Midnight after playing it. I'm really not happy with it. And they're mostly Mythic Plus mains. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that the game is not working to make sure both sides win. It's like a one side wins or the other side wins. And that's just a bad way to do it. For a very long time, they've like balanced it around healers being able to push up health bars fast in 5-mans. Which means that damage in raids gets crazy bursty. You're constantly fighting to snipe healing. You get a lot of 3 heal fights. All of that. And, like, nobody wins. You know? It's just you take turns. Like, maybe we're entering an area where raid healing is going to feel a lot more satisfying. And, like, maybe it's going to be more of a struggle bus for healers in M+. But I hope we avoid that. Right? I don't want to sacrifice M+ healing being fun so that raid's more fun. Because raid stops being fun in farm anyway. Yeah, and that's a fair argument. Exactly. It's a very, very fair argument. And I think I've progressively had less fun over the years because I played the game for such a freaking long time. And then I'm like, wow, like they should do more to make raid healing fun. But it doesn't seem like there's a way to make everybody win unless they do this aura, you know? So it's not anybody being like right or wrong. It's just what their preferences is and what their stance is and everything like that on it. They go week by week, Feck. So yesterday and this morning, you could do the legacy dungeons like Seat of the Triumvirate and Pit of Sauron. Maybe today if the servers come up, but certainly tomorrow will be the new expansion dungeons. So they go 4 one week, 4 the next, and they go back and forth. Weird, they basically already had the aura, but then decided, nah, only disc. Yeah, literally, they said only disc, but and also only raid cooldowns. It's so silly, you know? And also, Paladin gets left out in that raid cooldown equation. You can make Revival, Trank, Divine Hymn, Healing Tide, all that stuff do more healing in dungeons. But what does Paladin get? Nothing. You know? They're not thinking about it the right way. Yeah. It's fair, but if you only care for prog raid and CBA after that, it's understandable to want raid healing to be fun. Can't get both. Exactly. Yep. And I think that literally the best way for everybody to have a win, have that aura. It like, boom, we're cool. We're cool. It's a mess. But yeah, I mean, in BFA, this is like the end boss of the first raid, and you could just see how long people are sitting low HP. That raid hit everybody for 30% of their life, okay? You're taking so much damage that the burst going out is really not that heavy. It's actually not compared to, you know, where we were before. Literally, again, 35% of their HP. Quick chunk. Now there's another one going out. I get my innervate. I'm setting up my ramp. You can see the blue bar right there. That's my innervate going out. Cast a little bit of Shadow Mends. Doing a little bit of heals. Shadow Mends quite nice. Get the Schism. Get the Penance. Oh, I got Power of the Dark Side now. Big Penance. Woo. We topped everybody. Look at this. Disc ramp going. Everybody gets topped. Double Radiance. Boom. Smite doing stuff. Penance doing stuff. Everyone's topped. We're taking legendary levels of ticking damage. Legendary levels. Outdoor healer damage aura. True. I want to be able to level as a healer so bad, man. So bad. Yeah. This other one was Verimathras, aka Fuzzy Mattress. This fight was really good too. This fight was really, really good as well. Yep, 5 healer fight, not a snipe fest. Yep. This is 4 healer fight, not a snipe fest. It's a little bit of like an absorb fest, to be honest. A little bit. Hit that sweet, sweet evangelism. Oh, and everyone's so strong. Oh, I should have showed some clips of like how bursty healing was in Late Legion. How is he a fuzzy mattress? Well, his name is Verimathras, and then it was like sounds kind of like fuzzy mattress. It's like Salhadar and Salad Bar. It was before your time, don't worry. It's so funny that this video is me 2.5 years ago talking over me like 6 years ago. This is when I was like 170 pounds. This is like when I lost like the brunt of the weight. That's when I lost like the brunt of the weight. Post this video. What, like what we're talking about right now? Yeah. Faces changed a lot. Let's keep stacking jacks. Yeah. Yeah, the beard was not it. What can you do? Yeah, that was Shadowlands 5 years ago. 2 years ago after I lost like all the weight. A beard haunts me. Yeah, it wasn't great. It's tough having a long neck. Yeah. Thought that was somebody else? Yeah. So yeah, this is when I was like at my skinniest. I was like 6'4", 170. And now I'm like 195 or something. Dude, tell me about it, man. Tell me about it. Oh, bro, I got 10 years worth of YouTube videos here. I got so many. I got so many. Oh, we get to see a little Gul'dan action. Gul'dan owned too. Ah, thank you, Feck. Yeah, I think I'm actually at a... My lighting is so bad back then. It was. Yeah. Yeah, the lighting's gotten better. The health has gotten better. There's Seawolf. You still see Seawolf in this chat. This is a video from freaking Legion. And that was his 3rd month of subbing. Dude, this stream has been around for an eternity. Nostalgic for Shadowlands? Things are always better in the past. I get it. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm just a little delulu, but I'm pretty hopeful for the future. Main reason is why Shadowlands is the best expansion. Maybe it's just nice being able to stay at home and play video games all day. I don't know. I don't miss it though. I'm ready for new stuff. I'm ready for new stuff. Oh, I want to see that prayer of healing. Hang on. I casted a prayer of healing. How good was that? You had a hard cast prayer of mending. Who did I cast the Poe on? Prayer of mending. I think I cast it on the druid. Oh my god, look at that prayer of healing, guys. Look at the druid at the bottom. Bottom middle. Very bottom middle. Look at this prayer of healing. Look at this. I precast it. Hit 50%. Whoa. Holy. Let's go. I'm gonna take this and point to Blizzard and be like, I want my Poe to do that. Be hopeful the seasons weren't undermined with random eye level buffs halfway in. Facts. 100%, dude. 100%. I know, Graham. It's so satisfying, dude. Remember, 2020 is different from most people's. Your job had to be working more, not less. Dude, we had some people who were like truck drivers, and they were like going through hell at that point, man. They were like just slave drivers trying to get them from one city to another constantly. Like, they were working stupid hours to keep everybody fed. It's kind of remarkable that, like, there were so many issues with the infrastructure and like supply chains and shit like that, and like we didn't actually just have like entire cities run out of food. I feel like a lot of that stuff is more like fragile than people think, you know? I think you should be excited for Prez, dude. I am as well. That's one of the healers certainly on my list that I think is going to be good to like pursue and good to play as an alt, and probably something I'm going to try to play in a raid. Oh, those Poes. They feel so good. Oh yeah, here's the knockback. Oh, into the sleep potion. Oh, I missed that. Look at how much mana we were getting back too. All right, I got to cast some holy words here. This looks like a good time for it. Oh, I got flames again for fun. Yep. Oh, the lay on hands out of Serenity. So good. I do not miss having a hard cast freaking Prayer of Mending though. Dude, that shit was the worst. Oh, man. And then you would go for a knockback again. I think I had to get in position for this here. I think mana is a part of the problem in today's healing. And by part, I mean the source of it. Mana is just there's like severe inequality. I would not mind a world. This is just an opinion. I would not mind a world where like every healer had to care about mana. Maybe some Kata vibes where you could top people off quickly, but cost more mana. And that's kind of how Paladin plays right now. But it's awful when some healers have to care about that stuff and other healers do not give a shit about it at all. That stuff drives me insane. Why is there a rave in the middle of the screen? Auras were different back then, man. Auras were real different back then. I forget what that wings proc was. I wonder if it was no, it's not Divine Image. It was something else. Oh, the hard-casted Big Shield was Clarity of Will. That's around Farseer, barely drop below 85%. Pretty boring playstyle, but you're good on mana? Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. Oh. Someone's got to, Thomas. Someone's got to. Has a healer meta ever had to worry about mana and drinking in keys? A lot of times the best healer would be one that was like good on mana already. Or you would have fish feasts back in the day, so even if a healer was bad on mana, like when Monk had Way of the Crane and they like consumed half their mana a cast, they would just like fish feast, get all their mana back, and be chilling. Or Druid Talent gives you mana back for doing damage. It'd be kind of cool if a lot of people had that, but also, again, same kind of spiel. When there's specs that are not designed around it, and then you add it as like a new requirement for people, I would not be shocked if people are gonna like riot against that, you know? We're vibing, UT. Just kind of yapping about healing, yapping about different classes, watching the server screen. Spamming high keys like a degen while cracking cold ones and chilling with the boys. The only way to be a true man. Yeah, buddy. The dream, man. I've not done a lot of house stuff. I kind of have the floor plan figured out, but there's so much stuff. There's so much stuff. I kind of hope I'm kind of in like a full Delulu mode. I'm kind of like hoping and praying that leveling in Midnight's gonna give me like a shit ton of decor, and then I'll be fine. Yeah. I'm also really like, I want them to have, I don't know, I want them to have those house import codes. I want to like pay WoW gold to somebody to design my house for me. I need to hire a WoW interior decorator. Yeah. Like Prog and Fights as a healer, I'll use whatever mana is needed to keep people alive, and after a few pulls I can really optimize and figure out when. Yeah, the HGTV for WoW, seriously. Seriously. Property zug-zugs. I feel that. Yo, how you doing, Lauren? Thank you for the raid, man. Welcome in, welcome in. We're on a little beta waiting room. Hope we had a great stream, bro. Oh, I have a decent amount of the light wells, but I ran out of order hall resources. I ran out of the order hall resources, so I can't buy any more. So I only have 2 of the light wells right now. Yeah. Need to get more, though. Oh, yeah, you saw the Lothraxian adjustment? Yup. Yep. In Priest Natty Live P1 knockback. I just play Evoker. Has anybody played Priest on Dimmy and not been an Evoker? I assume you can. Sorry, one of my guildies is asking me. Reviewing the current Midnight bosses, boring or kind of okay? Dude, I love healing in raids, man. I love healing in raids. I think most of the raid fights are really, really fun to heal. There's like a lot of negative heal absorbs. There's a lot of rot damage. the average fight on Midnight is like big AoE damage happens and it hits you from like full HP to, you know, 30% health. And then the rot damage starts rolling. And so you're kind of fighting to top everybody off. And you may have like 20 or 30 seconds. You have a lot of time to top everybody. But you got to get them top before the next 100% to 30% hit goes out. Levitate gave Evoker movement so I could reroll to a different race. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot to heal. It takes time to top you off. There's just a number of like different heal challenges going on with it. So yeah, I think it's quite good. Yeah, so like if you're a Void Elf Ryan on that fight, you could port one of them, but like you just natty get hit and then get knocked into a corner on other ones, I assume. Your buddy's currently drawing out home plans for me in Photoshop because I'm ass at design work and he loves it. Part of me just wants to go to his house, log in on the PC and say direct me. Yeah. Dude, I feel that, man. I feel that. I need something like that. Less mechanics and more healing, or balance with more damage and more healing? I just don't want to have large amounts of downtime when I'm healing in a raid where I feel like there's nothing to do and there's like no point for me to be there, you know? I was like going over some footage earlier of like the rot damage you would experience in some of these encounters and how long it would take to top off. Because if you look at like this intermission phase, there would be a pulse, and that would hit you for like 20% of your HP. And then there would be another pulse, and that's like 6 seconds later. And it's hitting you for like 20 or 30% HP. And then look at how long it's taken to top off, because there's other rot damage on the fight as well. Yeah, if you're doing the second drop near the middle back, you void off the second one. Got it. Appreciate it, dude. Yeah, one of my buddies is playing his priest this week, but he's not a Drakthir. Yeah, reverse leap would actually fix everything. It really would. Was there much gear progression eye level over the course of a tier? Oh, yeah. So one of the things they did really well with in BFA was that you had not only gear progression, but you also had your Heart of Azeroth. And when you would get like a new function added to the Heart of Azeroth, they would keep on increasing your health. So what they did in this tier is like damage was really slow, but then we got a lot of gear and we went into Battle for Dazar'alor. And then they said, wow, we're like healing really fast. Let's get an extra 40% more healing to everybody. Or sorry, 40% more stamina to everybody on their Azerite gear. And that helped kind of stabilize things for Battle for Dazar'alor. And then Eternal Palace came around and you had the essences, where you would do different gear grinds or PvP grinds or whatever activities, and you would get additional power-ups to your neck. And as you would unlock additional power-ups to your neck, you would also get more stamina. And there would be like big jumps in your stamina. So they did a good job in BFA of like increasing your stamina while also increasing your power so it didn't get too bursty. I didn't heal Maloriak when it was current. Want another fight like that so you could pad HPS like a rat? A good one. Oh shit, what is his name? Oh, I can't remember his name. It's killing me. It was in Siege of Orgrimmar. It was Siege of Orgrimmar, and it was an orc boss about halfway through the raid. Malkarok, I think is what his name was. And you could never move up anybody's health bar in the fight, but you could increase the amount of absorb that they had. And so it would be a crazy raw healer fight because you could stack up these absorbs obscenely high. And so you'd constantly be refilling the shields of the team over and over and over again. And if they ever lost some HP, Like you had to really quickly just build up their shields again. Yeah, and you could cheese Twist of Fate because one person could just sit at 15%. You could have it the entire time. Ellison was a great one too. 100%. Gul'dan even. Yeah. Yep. I think it could be, it doesn't even have to be in like an artifact grind, but the fact that like you kept getting a little more powerful, a little more damage, a little more healing, a little more stamina constantly throughout a season and throughout an expansion was really helpful. It helped for making M Plus feel fresh because you could keep on doing higher key levels even if you didn't get any other gear upgrades. There's always kind of something, you know? There's always something. So we just need bigger max HP for everyone, and then you're good with healing. I think they need to make a modifier in dungeons, Dark, where you do more healing in dungeons so that you're more comfortable as a solo healer, pushing up health bars fast when people stand in garbage, do stupid stuff. And then I want raid healing to be slow like this for raid content, yeah. So having a modifier where you do more healing in dungeons, and then you do effectively, you know, less healing in raids, but obviously you have more targets. That would be my preference. Because when healing is slow like this, when it takes long to top off a health bar, then you constantly have stuff to heal. And there's a lot less like bang bang deaths. You know when somebody's like 100%, they stand in something, and then an AoE goes off, and they just explode, you know? It's like, oof. That stuff's rough times. Like, look at this slam, right? Look at this slam that goes out. 30% hit. And you have a little bit of time. You get a little bit of time. You got to top off. All right, you get in position. Tegu is at 66%, 88%, and he dropped down to 40%, 48%. So that was almost 40% of his HP. You got some time. All right. Kazuri's 91, and he goes down to 49. So somebody good at math can do that one, you know? If you have two scenarios, it's balanced in two ways. Blizzard just can't keep up with it. Well, the thing is, they've added modifiers in the past to work around that. With Disc, on live right now, there's a modifier where your healing is increased by 75% when you're not in a raid. Why not add something like that to every healer? And the number will be different, of course. But why not add some kind of modifier like that for every healer? And then you can start tuning it, working to balance it, find the sweet spot and everything, so that M+ers can top off easily, and then you can have slower raid gameplay where there's always constantly stuff to heal in a raid. There's less like, I just got wombo comboed, annihilated, holy shit, you know? Right, they have the PvP mods, exactly, Thomas. I think it literally just requires the will to do it. It just requires the will. But what they're doing right now is they're basically angling more of their healing focus in Midnight towards making raid healing satisfying. Which, obviously, I want raid healing to be good, and I'm like, yay. But I don't want people to feel like, you know, M+ healing is going to be super rough and super awful for them, you know? I gotta be realistic about it. I'll show you some more of this footage while I run to the bathroom real fast. One sec. Look at all these weak auras. Soon rating will never look like this again. Let's see if they balance perfectly. Healer's gonna blend into the same thing with no class style. The thing is, the aura tuning, I get the concern that you have, Dark, because it's like, oh, if they balance things well, then is everybody gonna have a niche? But I think that's also precisely why they should have a 5-man modifier, because that's gonna make it so that they don't have to change the design of specs to make sure that their healing is better for 5-mans. They already kind of did that in Shadowlands when they really started caring about balancing around 5-player healing. It used to be that your healing as like a holy priest or your healing as like a resto shaman was so awful. It was so bad in dungeons and like BFA and in like Legion. You just like could not heal higher than like a 10 or 12 or something like that, you know? Guardian Spirit was not working sometime during Gul'dan. I don't know if it was. I thought it was, but maybe. It was a long time ago. It was a long, long time ago. More miskick damage reduction would be huge as well. Yeah. Because I think that's another thing too. It kind of has to go like hand in hand. There should be some kind of consequences for miskicks besides the healer dealing with the problem. Yeah. Ooh, new blue post. New plans to the add-on restrictions. The short version is that the developers are relaxing some restrictions, giving players more tools to interact with cast bars or to predict healing and absorbs on unit frames clearly. Overall, these are good changes coming at the request of player feedback. One of the biggest updates is whitelisting specific spells, allowing add-ons access to track their states, charges, or cooldowns in a way the current UI does not. A big part of this is making the number of available combat reses more visible for players who don't have those spells. Yes! Yes, skywriting. Maelstrom stuff. Or skywriting vigor as well, yeah. Whitelisting Soul Fragment and Maelstrom weapon stacks is a huge improvement for the Spec's ability to engage with their most important resource. It also contracts Blizzard's previously stated intent to avoid add-ons, enabling a gameplay advantage, which these almost certainly do. Although this may represent a slippery slope, enterprising players have already come up with the jury-rig solutions to replicate the same kind of power trackers that they would have previously made using add-ons. While we shouldn't expect this leniency to be extended to every class, spec, or spell, the developers have shown willingness to evaluate these needs on a case-by-case basis. Let's fucking go! This is really big news. This is actually like really big stuff. Because what they're doing is exactly what I was asking for in this add-on compromise video, where they have to take better care of like their UI, and they're not going to be able to make their UI at the same quality as like the add-ons and what add-ons can figure out, because a lot of times people are actually working around and jerry-rigging these things. I think it's jerry-rigged, not jury-rigged. But anyway, the players are already finding ways around it, and it seems like they're allowing that to continue. So we have less reliance on having to use the default UI, and it seems like new add-ons are going to come to take the place of old add-ons. Yeah. New unit heal prediction calculator that accepts this UI type. Add-ons can use the APIs to calculate all of the heal prediction and absorb data needed for passing directly into other APIs. Let's go. Is it jury rigging? Really? Is it jury rig or jerry rig? See, that's actually a thing. Both are widely used and accepted in dictionaries, means something organized in a crude or improvised manner. Jury-rigged is the older and original term. With nautical origins dating back to the 17th century, Creating a clever, temporary makeshift repair using the only materials at hand the sailors would do for a mast. The jury here means for the day, or temporary, from the old French, a jury. Yeah, we're calling it Jerry. Jerry's later variation believed to be a blend of jury-rigged and the term jerry-built, which means something built cheaply, flimsily, with poor materials. If something is jerry-built, the shoddiness is part of the definition, whereas a jury-rigged might be temporary but effective. Okay. Yes, so they're making a new version of Cell, basically. Won't have all the features, but it'll still have stuff. I always said jerry-rigged. That sounds like a very American way to do it. It's like it came from a jury. We're like, yeah, Jerry. True, the modern MacGyver. That's the other way Americans yoink it. You never heard of it? Huh. Can't even spell aluminum? Yeah. Matt Gruber, he could have been a great inventor had he not fallen off of Nakatomi Tower. If only. No use for us to use jury then, because y'all are traitors. Oh man. Oh my goodness. It is a Christmas movie. It's a legendary Christmas tale. Yes, so basically, add-ons are allowed, and these changes look like they're allowing add-ons to do more than the base UI, within limits. So it sounds like they're specifically making stuff. What's basically happening is people can't do a certain thing with the UI, and they're saying, yo, Blizzard, we'd like to do this. And they say, okay, let's look into it. Oh, you can't actually do the heal prediction, or you can't actually see your stacks of Maelstrom weapon. So we're going to allow this specific thing to work. So yes, add-ons will give you a competitive advantage, but it's within our constraints. Okay, yeah, you can see Maelstrom more clearly. Oh yeah, you can see the heal absorb and heal prediction more clearly. What's this? A new optional directional parameter that allows status bars to calculate its fill from the remaining duration rather than elapsed. Okay, so it helps channeled spells. Let's see. They're whitelisting select spells. Continue to call out spells you think should be whitelisted. It'll evaluate them individually. Removing old duration APIs. Yes, Cell is going to be a go. Best Christmas movie, Die Hard or Lethal Weapon? Die Hard, for sure. Die Hard, for sure. Or Elf. Elf is a great Christmas movie, man. New cast bar spell sequence ID delivered with spellcast events and from the unit casting info, unit channel info. The sequence is only delivered for casting events that should display a cast bar. It's incremented on each new spellcast, never secret. Remove secret restrictions on several values needed by add-ons to display enemy empowered casts, number of stages, and the percentage of cast times. Adding a new way to include the hold at max time of empowered casts for our Pres Evokers. Allow add-ons to format secret time values into strings. Fix an issue where secret values are made non-secret following a UI reload. I haven't had a beta key to give out since maybe Shadowlands? I don't know. Something like that. Something like that. What's Max playing? Oh, he's playing Guild Wars. I should have known instantly. I should have known instantly. Like, what are you gonna sign me up for? The Guild Wars grind. One of these days, man. One of these days. Hey, man. Man's got to eat. I'm gonna do that on Thursday. We got a Diablo Immortal sponsored stream. we got Chris's presents to pay for, man. We got some Chris's presents to pay for. You know how it goes. But the nice thing about it is they asked me to do a full free-to-play gameplay. So they don't let me show anything that you have to pay like a lot of money for. So I was like, fuck yeah. Druid and Priest round plus. Druid's way strong, man. It's crazy strong. Yeah. What do you think between... but yeah, Priest, like, both the specs are kind of bugged, kind of undertuned for keys. We do healing in New World. I tried that game, and it was not going well. It was not going well. It also felt like you were just kind of like a buff bot in a lot of cases, you know? Dude, right now, Benediction is supposed to do 30% more healing for your flash heal, and it's doing like, I think it's 30% less, actually. It's insane. Just throw down healing spells, tell people who need healing to get in them. Not exactly engaging. Yeah. Let's play a little bit of Rivals. Let's play a little bit of Rivals, and we'll see what's going on. Am I delusional for trusting Blizzard? I'm going to stop you right there, Feck. Yes. Yes. Let's see what the rest of your statement said. Am I delusional for trusting Blizzard to not fuck up class design and balance? Nah, it's still like early and everything. There's time for them to fix shit, you know? Later, Oracle. Take it easy, big dog. There's always hope. There's always hope. Yeah, take it easy only. Let me see. I can move the camera and everything. Okay, gotta put it over here. Rogue had one of those switcheroos. They got an ability, a buff to an ability that was input as a nerf for like several weeks. Ugh. It's not the first time it's happened, but it's still super aggravating when it happens, man. It's still super aggravating when it goes down. Yeah, balance has definitely gotten better. There's, you know, there's been some outliers. I mean, Prez is outlier in like season 1 and season 3. Rivals, who am I? I'm a healer. I heal. I'm in Celestial League. This is my grind game, baby. Where is it? Yeah, we're currently Celestial, working on Eternity. Team shooter still basically who has fewer bad players. There could be some carry potential. I think there's more times where I'll lose. There'll often be more times that I'll lose on. There's more that I could have done. Sometimes you do get those games where somebody's just like uncarryable though. But I think especially as you're like ranking up, there's a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of opportunities for you to like carry.
Alright, on some real shit, bro. I respect the Zoo, bro, but I'm banning it.
That's fine.
Alright, appreciate it.
Do we play Loki? Sue? Like, will you be able to play Loki?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Deadlock? Nah.
I just want to know because, like, I like banning Loki when Gambit's not a game.
I mean, If we don't want to play against it, we can ban it too. If they don't.
Oh no, it's fine. I can run the cap with it, and if we get a third support, it's kind of just like free farming.
Okay.
We've already got the mag player. Like if we can force them onto that, I think that's actually fine for us. Yeah, it's just a good ban. It lets us play the cap for free.
All right, let's do it. Nice.
Well, hello, they target banned you. What are you gonna do now?
You'll need a top-notch team to
Oh, it
win
ranks
this
the people
one.
actually lock in tanks. Celestial, they do. Grandmaster, they usually do too. There's been a lot of times where sometimes people just lock in like
Low-key?
Emma, and that'll be it, and that'll be
If we
enough
don't
on
run
our
a
own.
third support, I think Rogue's really good here too.
Round one, go!
Gamba got more than one ace up his sleeve.
30 seconds before you attack.
Yep, should be a new beta build this evening.
Quite ready for action.
Well, maybe this evening, maybe tomorrow. I don't want to set up any expectations because last week it was like 20 something hours, 30 something hours that it was down.
The battle starts
If
in
Rogue isn't
5,
working, I'll immediately switch off. I'm just gonna do this because I'm suspecting that they're gonna run trips. Rogues are really good into trips. It's Groot Starlord. Groot Starlord Moon Knight. Emma. It's not trips, it's not trips. I'll switch. Until they stalk card, I don't care. I'm gonna wall them when they stalk card though. I'm walling their Groot in. I'll wall their Emma in here.
The moon haunts you.
Deliver it right? Okay, good. Now we walk, Awesome, lucky Mac died.
A gift from Khonshu, eh? I'll pass. Double tap.
Alright, we have Gambit. We can go.
Yeah, go first, Loki.
Yeah, Gambit.
Bring on the chaos.
I'm not getting it, man. We played that so slowly for some reason with Gambit ult.
The moon haunts you.
Mag, we want a combo here. Let's chill. Let's Mag group combo. They won't be able to,
Ooh,
can't see it.
healing spell is this. It's like an Oracle Disc Priest. I got a Master Spell.
Yeah, it's ready to go, Mag.
Don't blow a circuit now. We're gonna make it. Good night.
Hey, Mag, welcome.
I am ready to put on a show. The glow of the moon is
We'll kind of burn that.
Magneto showed it.
Let's fucking go. Yeah.
Killer Groot, yeah? Their Emma is alive as well. I think she died though, like first. Yeah,
I tried replacing
glass over
DRE
here.
in today's build. Oh, fuck. Then I'm gonna have to
Wait a minute,
re-record
remember
my
the
video,
fuck up,
Katori.
almost there.
Don't put that evil on me.
Yeah, that's fine.
I feel like myself again. Lucky draw.
There's Charlotte's one. There's Charlotte's one.
They hitting real hard.
Charlotte's one again.
Ah, let it go. Burned it.
Let it go.
I didn't
We
have
go
my
with our
spell.
Gambit, we win.
Get that vehicle moving again.
They've got a really beatable front line here. Like we can just hit their front line and ignore
Gift from
everything else.
Khonshu, eh? I'll pass.
Only 60 seconds left.
I'm gonna go to the same.
Bring on the chaos. Double tap. Just the boost I need.
Yeah,
Leave them to consume.
dude, look at Irma. Irma should die.
We got you, baby. The moon haunts you. Now you do the same for me,
Mac,
Right.
into the Gambit matchup, Mac, can you like try to save your ult for mine a little bit more? Because if I use mine
Alright.
and then you use yours, they can't cleanse it, and you can just slam on their supports and kill them both most of the time.
I can either use my ult on the Groot ult or on the Starlord ult. Wait, did Starlord ult?
They have. I'm probably just gonna Groot ult their Starlord when he goes for it. That or like go for some backline shenanigans. Wait, Moon Knight, come with me, Moon Knight. Moon Knight,
Hang on,
turn
hang
around,
on,
follow
hold
your
the ball.
Groot. Oh, you almost have it? Okay,
You can send it, you can send it.
Got one. Fun, we got the 1K. Oh, big Phoenix, big Phoenix. Aw. Look at Emma. Look at Emma or Groot, whichever one's farther forward. Just keep harassing their tanks.
Now you do the same for me.
Emma now. Nice. Gambit's behind his ult. His ult. That Gambit ult's scary. That's their touch, I think. His main. He's above. He's above. No, he left. He switched. He went all the way over there.
Nice.
Wait, no, he's stuck. He's stuck. I hear him.
Gambit got your back.
Damn.
Alright, I'm gonna
That
pop
was
my
mine.
ult, bro. I'll build another one. I got you.
Yeah, I mean, if you have it while I'm at 50, I'll believe you.
There you are.
We can also save Mac for mine. Or Starlord.
Leave them to consume.
Kill the star, nice. Walk him. That's a giver crowd.
Let's go. We got the dispel.
That's fine. I guess we'll have mine and yours. Really good than that. Loki, the fact that they didn't cleanse it last time was a miracle.
You're still first, Loki.
Help me take height from them. Oh, never mind. They just got absolutely dipped on. Nerma's up there with me. Nerma's up there with ult.
Fuck that.
You can send ult.
I am ready to put on a show.
Nice! It's beautiful. We managed to kill them both. Dude, I actually
Let's go.
He was in damage card, so I just sent it immediately because he has to get rid of damage card in order to heal, and it actually takes a
So
second.
we like stacked our ults on top of each other there.
Yeah, he's still cleansed.
I basically
it
like
took him so long that we
followed up their ult, the Loki ult with my ult, so that we would just keep
You'll need a top-notch
like the
team
healing
to
buff
win
on
this.
everybody, and
Okay,
just
look,
win the
either
fight.
dude's kind of getting like.
If we just
big
won the
right now.
fight, then there's not going to be another one.
The only switch I'm thinking about is like maybe I go Yimma for defense. Just because it's a little bit more survivable and it won't get walked down as much. Yeah, I think that's a fact I run Emma. Because we've also now have Emma Gambit.
Round two.
Play X-Men and Team if we want to win this one.
Luna, if you ever see me in diamond form, just hit whoever I'm hitting. I promise you they will die. Or if you ever see me land a crystal, either one of those two. Because I land E, you can be pretty confident diamond form's gonna follow.
A huge fan.
Your rodent is a fan. How unexpected.
I
I
got
didn't really
nothing
go
to
in
hold
for
my
that
diamond
many
form
kills. I'm just
matchup,
sitting in the
so-
back healing as much as I can. 'Cause they're just getting all the opportunities for me.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I suppose that
Gambit got your back.
Holy shit.
I'm gonna hold the cart up here once we get to the second corner. I'm holding it. I'll hold the cart, you guys. Yeah. Chill a little.
Oh shit. Oh shit!
Not
Oh
overextending
shit!
right now.
Oh shit! I fucked up.
Ah, you're a lifesaver.
Good lamps.
Not punished.
Don't worry, I'll die cart. We can see the back. Actually, we can just walk. You guys have a 4v5, 4v6. Oh my god, Moon Knight. That was amazing. Just watch out later when we get there. We can go ahead and copy though.
Yeah, I'm seeing.
Yep. Press it early here, press it early.
Mags alone, mags alone, mags alone.
Mags alone and
Ah shit.
oh, it's Giga Amped Charm though.
Did you drop something in the night? I suppose that helps. Your battles will come longer.
Ooh, damn.
Okay, we TP back. Max TP, Max TP.
I thought if I could rip my ult, it would dispel the root. We'd actually get out in time, but it was just so quick.
Come back for TP, guys.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Oh,
Yeah,
well.
you're gonna touch normally. We're gonna have to jump through though.
Better stop
Good.
that vehicle.
I actually like this. So you guys should have taken TP. They don't have healers because they didn't take the portal.
I took the portal, I just had to get out. They were on top of us.
Yeah, but like you guys just go back and spawn and take TP. It's way better.
No, I mean, I was there. I just got forced out because they were just on top of the portal shooting at us.
You can't play in spawn doors there? From my understanding, you can just play in spawn doors while the portal's on the ground like that.
Keep me one.
I'm gonna go for a grab here.
Your powers are mine!
94. Nice, nice, nice.
Oh, please! Oh, so close.
I traded myself out.
What have we here? Now you do the same for me,
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to mirroring. I don't think the emo's working as well as I would hope it would.
There's still a chance to stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
Yeah, hold it at corner, Mac. Go for it. I was gonna
Let me
wall
out,
him
let me
in.
out, let me out. You blocked me, you blocked me. Groot.
Break it yourself.
So fucked
No,
up.
I was gonna wall their Groot in and then we were gonna leave their Groot alive.
No, I was gonna kill him, man.
No, we were gonna leave him as our prisoner. I was gonna wall him in both ways. Do you know how slowly Groot breaks walls? We could have staggered him for 10 minutes.
Didn't get the kill, and I got
You're
locked
fucking
in.
min here. No, so is their Phoenix. Look at the group mirror. Whoever wins the group mirror wins the fight. The group's walled. Hey, that's lamp. That's lamp.
Just the boost I need.
Chill a little. Yeah, just play to stop them from walking. Like, if we get Loki clones up here and we're just shooting them instead of healing us, like, the value. Back.
Oh, they're going in.
What'd I tell you, Mac Root's a thing? They couldn't cleanse it.
Holy shit.
We didn't even need Moon Knight.
Did Maggle catch the Groot ult, and
Yeah.
Oh, I think it did as well.
yeah, that
That's
owns.
what I was
looking
trying to
for
do
the
the past
dispel.
couple times, but
Yeah,
I messed up.
I was looking for the dispel for it, and then just like nobody got rooted. It owned.
Yeah.
So this is
To be
more
fair though, I
beautiful.
missed the last 2 druid ults to cancel me to 50.
It's the Phoenix battle. I take the first one.
Fuck that.
No, I actually walled myself off.
Hold the corner, you got that.
Yeah, choose a shot. Max, keep playing the corner, keep playing the first corner, yeah.
I have to walk back. I'm low. Okay, now I can walk back up.
Nice, nice. And then Chill, you're fine, Mag, you're fine.
Your powers are mine! Damn it, never fall!
Final 10 seconds.
Give it to me fast!
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Double kill.
Let's go!
I don't know what happened. Oh no, they Gambit ulted earlier, that's what it was.
Yo, W cleanse, Loki.
Jesus, guys.
3, 2, 1.
I did not have mine.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Fucking owned. The Loki became me. Loki became me, and then cleansed the root ult. The Groot ult. That was really nice. So you do some healing, you do some damage. Yeah, we go next. I think I still need a couple more wins. I'm like 1 or 2 wins away from going to C1. Something like that. Alright, Wowhead check. I love Cloak and Dagger, one of my favorites. She's just like not as good right now. There's so many things that like counter her ults, which also makes it really, really tough. So a lot of times you have to like pick out your route for your ult in advance, be prepared to just dive behind a corner or something like that when like the mag ult comes through, or Bucky's trying to grip you, or you know, any 1,000,001 things that could like possibly be happening for you. That's kind of the biggest like struggle.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Just a lot of like crowd control that like can make you vulnerable.
King of Thieves.
But I think Gambit's my favorite at the moment, because whenever you fight against Dive, he actually has tools to like get away from Dive and to punish it. They're sniping us. Yeah, and he does look clean. Well, that and like healing in this game requires like different stuff different times, right? Sometimes you need to use your cards to just heal, and just all you're doing is healing because your team is so aggressive and they're trying to like get picks for you. And like that last game, I didn't really need to play that aggressively. I just got like a bunch of kills from like mopping stuff up. You know, I participated in like the route when we basically already won the fight. But every single time that the fight was like in question, I'm in the back, like as far back as I can to just make sure I don't die. Because, you know, we have like an ult up and we have all this other stuff up, and like it wasn't a concern. But sometimes, you know, you're in these areas where like the damage that everybody's taking is like not that high, and then you can use your offensive cards and try to get kills. It's fun to bounce between.
Gonna have to play X-Men and Teeth if I want to win this one.
I think it's just like with how much power a lot of people have with ults and like stacking ults together at higher levels, you kind of hit a point where you can't out heal stuff. You know, the Gambit ult goes out and like either somebody explodes or you do, and you have to pick between one to the other. So you just got to get out and not be a target. And we're back at it. Good. We're C2. C2 and climbing.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Looks like rest and relaxation ain't in the cards no more.
Nice working with you, kid.
A shield. Let's see.
Some uninvited guests.
Look who we got here.
There goes one of them. That was fine. Thank you.
Systems restored. The mission area is yours to capture now. Capture the mission area!
No hiding from us now, buddy. Much better.
Double up.
You are nothing!
A shield. Let's see.
Now, buddy.
Okay, we're just getting wrecked.
Rise from the ashes too, Genie. We need
Systems restored. I'm counting on you, friends.
I was fine, but thank you. Thanks for the boost.
Your team's capture progress is
Your powers are mine!
Systems restored. We make quite a team.
now you do.
Control C.
All right. Yeah, I don't love Rocket, especially because we're playing into a Phoenix, and her ult just hard counters Rockets.
We need to fall back.
Don't love it, but with this comp, we do have enough hit scan that we could potentially shoot it out of the air. So I'm gonna really, really try to, but
Careful over here, okay?
it could very well be very sketchy.
No backing down now, kid.
Somebody's on my ass. Yep, and it's the Phoenix. Right, like we're not cracking that.
Could use one of these.
Oh,
Could use one of these.
Thanks for the boost.
A shortcut.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
That's the boost I need. Double back.
Just who I was looking for. I was fine.
Damn it, never fall! Damn it, never fall! Damn it, got your back. Set two.
yeah, might have been a waste. I probably should have
time
ulted
for a
that.
fade-o-do. We still got work to do.
Yeah, I played with Fraud last game and he popped
Captured
off.
more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Unlucky. You. Good medicine.
Yeah, we're still gonna lose this though.
I unleash the Vishanti's power. Double down.
Control lost.
Last of the acid suit.
You'll have to keep fighting until you have a winner.
Yeah. I definitely should have held on to my Gambit ult there.
Time to see if your boy Gambit can steal us a win.
Dude, this guy is just hard yapping. He's like, I know what they're playing.
30 seconds before you
Oh
attack.
yeah, we still gotta beat him.
Ready?
So you're the almighty Phoenix, huh? Not as big as I expected.
Follow my lead.
Yeah, the Loki definitely makes it tough.
I really don't care.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I know they still want to do this team up, but I feel like this team up is just doing nothing.
This isn't my first trip through the multiverse, you know?
Powering down.
Got me good.
Here comes trouble.
Helping hand.
You owe nothing.
I'm good to go. Needed that boost I need.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Capture the mission area.
Out on Z. Ready's ready to rule it. Gambit never falls! Gambit never falls! Now you do the same with me. Hear me up, eh? We got company. It's real high. I'll take this. Let's see who could. Double down. Yeah, we got your barrel. I'll patch you up. Just the boost I need.
Ah.
That's right. Everything is mine.
I was fine. Thank you.
Needed that boost. Time to cut all off.
Your powers
They're up
are
top, they're up top.
mine!
This is the place to watch. You belong to
Gambit never falls! Keep us all way. Lucky draw. I'm good to go.
No, man.
Control lost. Your team's capture progress has passed the
Holy shit, that guy's just fucking running it down.
I suppose that helped.
Got a full deck. Out on seat. Never fall! Gambit never behind us. This is way more. Gambit got your back. I'll patch you up. Ooh, weak. That hit me fine.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh, fuck. Nice.
Control seized.
No time for a fake old dog. We still got work to do.
than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Be destroyed.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Some healing.
Your powers are mine! Never fall!
Rocket ult, rocket ult, rocket ult.
More bad guys. Just what we need.
The area is almost yours.
WT.
Don't break this plan. Okay?
Expecting foe.
Cannot break this plan.
Bogey here. Hey, hold your horse. I want to watch all this stuff fly around. Strange.
Shit.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
We need to get on point.
Lost.
The fuck?
I'm opening a portal.
Wait. You're telling me Phoenix just killed my backline in 2 seconds? But you... Bro, PVC, stop LARPing, bro. You're fucking nobody. Stop talking.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
This guy's still. He's just yapping about it. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, that was a game. That was a game. Yeah, the entire time he was like, why are you not banning this? Why aren't you banning that? Oh my god, we didn't ban this, we lose. And like, guy got good kills, but it wasn't like he was just hard carrying his entire team. Yeah, he's still going. This guy. Holy shit. Yeah, this is some of the degen shit you see in ladder. I don't think he's XQC. I'm pretty sure he's not. Yeah, the game definitely, especially it also rewards you for just playing enough. So you'll eventually ladder and everything, you know? I like Dota 2. Yeah, I mean, I've played, I think Apex did that in a season where it was really challenging. You would just be hard stuck all the time. And my level was diamond when they did that. But it was also pretty fun, I'm not gonna lie, when they made a really
Which hero do you think you want to be?
I don't know, gentle season where anybody and their mother could hit masters if you just got to top 5 or something like that every time. And that was kind of fun to force you to play differently.
I'll play Penny if she's not banned.
Now,
Because if you played
who am I gonna banish from
lad.
this match?
just kind of safe, or you played your rotations in a BR game, that stuff was actually really satisfying because it would help you rank up a lot faster. Damn. Kind of good with either, but I think Loki's probably the play. Oh yeah, but that was the other problem, is everybody would be in the exact same lobbies. So sometimes you would get pro players at Masters or whatever, and then sometimes you would just get random schmucks. Yep. Random schmucks like me that play the game.
Little do they
You'll
know.
need a top-notch team to win this one.
Shit, they might run a crew.
Yeah, they target banning me. You know I'm Thanos.
Fuck, I don't even know what I am. You might be a schmuck that has less time to play games than I do.
I saw you in real life, bro. I would dab you up.
I get a rocket raccoon.
Farm Rune Crest, any advice? Never been in this situation before. Do you have lower level crest to trade up to?
See if your boy Gambit can steal us a win.
30 seconds.
Like, do you have like the carved and like the weathered that you can do like the trade up? Because if you overcapped on Gilded Crest in any weeks, it'll keep giving you lower level crests.
It's gonna be an epic one. You sure you want to go in with just a deck of cards?
Oh, says no home fighting against gods with a handful of arrows.
Touche.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle.
Fuck that.
And I shall be the one to balance it.
We got company.
Ooh, wait, that hit the spot.
Sister story.
Lucky draw.
I need this.
Needed that boost.
Damn. How did he live? Okay, thank goodness.
Endless battle means ever-increasing hell.
Crest not capped anymore? Yeah. I would like trade those up as best you can.
Here comes trouble. Powering up.
I mean, you could probably do like a heroic raid. That'd probably be the most efficient for your time. You get into a group pick and just full clear.
Now you do the same for me, will you?
I'll get you next time. Never thought I'd be sad to see that.
Long's living up to her name.
Ah. Rocket's right up there. Good shit.
Just with the doctor order. Ready's ready to rule it.
Gonna go together, Hawk.
Here's how you never fall.
Game's in the back. Game's on me.
They hit real hard.
He's stuck in their tracks. Watch out and
I got this all taken care of.
Never got your back.
Tanny needs help.
It's really a great ult. It's very fair. Healing, movement speed, extra ult gen. And
really bad.
This is real firepower. Just the boost I need.
only 60 seconds left.
that's not getting broken.
The moon hammers never fall.
Let me get another touch. We have Angelo and Howell.
A gift from Khonshu, eh?
Nice keeping.
Stop that vehicle. There's still a chance to stop them.
Fuck.
Down to 30 seconds.
I'm keeping.
We're portaling.
Touch.
Probably not gonna get my ult for this.
Gambit coming back for more.
I feel renewed.
Oh.
A helping hand.
The final 10 seconds.
The boost I need. I am strength. Gambit never fall.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Mama. I'm on. Good night, good night, good night.
The moon haunts you.
Oh, one.
Never miss.
I needed to clear that a little faster, yeah.
They hit
It's not bad though.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
You know what to do, spiders?
A shield.
Big cloak,
Merci.
need a rocket.
So sue me. I like smashing off.
Better stop that vehicle.
Double down.
Hell unleashed! They made it halfway! Stop them!
A helping hand. We got company. This is real firepower. Against the wolves. Vengeance.
Double KO!
Coming back to roll. Double down. Get around, Mesame.
All systems go. There's still a chance to stop them.
Got your back.
Back.
On high ground, hello one.
I'm counting on you, friends.
You need to sleep 5? Dude, you need to sleep. I'm dead if I'm not like sleeping 6 or 7, at least.
Kill that hurt.
I'll get you next time.
A foe has revealed themselves.
Down to
I don't know about you, good, but I always hate it having to heal Angela's. Doing like barrel rolls and shit as I'm trying to heal them.
The moon haunts you. Damn it, never fall. Damn it, never fall.
Weakling!
Why would I need you? The final 10 seconds!
Hell unleashed.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. We need to recover.
This is real firepower.
Yes.
They have been seen and they will not escape.
The current score is 0-2.
She can be really good, but I feel like it also depends on how well your team is gonna like just pivot to whoever she hooks, like brings in, or spears or
You'll
brings
need
in.
a top-notch team to win this one.
Make way for the king of thieves.
Because you can have a lot of situations where the entire team turns around, looks at her, shoots her off, and then she's back getting healed or trying to find a health pack or something like that, while the rest of the fight goes on, you know?
Hey, Moon, my duo's being a DH right now. Would you want a duo for like a game or so? Just to make him upsetty spaghetti?
I'm just so legit.
Like a 25th hour with 1,000 milligrams of
But-
caffeine? Yeah.
We could play one.
Yet again. But as always.
Oh, I gotta get the pre-workout going to get the beta-alanine and everything toasty. Oh, yeah.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You fools! Why did you kidnap my sister?
You can stop my grand scheme.
There's no place for a daughter of Odin. You, of all people, should know that. So you've abandoned Lausa in a war zone instead?
Yeah, bro, I'm just such a, like...
I can be sure what your teammate's gonna do if not everyone has mic. I know. It's actually a pain.
Yeah, like, I'm literally...
Sometimes I don't want to be super
bro.
chatty,
I
but it still like
manipulated them into
makes such a
banning
difference.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
The pings in this game are good. There's a lot of them, but nothing beats the voice.
same for me,
Dude, this whole DPS walking me, y'all get to walk up for free. Like, I don't know, bro. They know who has aura. That's all I'm gonna say.
That feels good.
Wouldn't you agree, oh Phoenix?
Look out! Spec left something behind. A helmet hand.
Oh!
Now you do the same for me, Wee.
Just jump them, they're down. Ah. Hell yeah, Zach, what are you playing, man?
Time is up.
Ain't nobody stealing Gambit's chance to win. Lucky draw.
Hello, bird.
This is insane. Insane this season. Have you blocked any mag ults with your shields, like your self shield yet? I'm going first.
This is real firepower! Mademoiselle Gray turned up the heat.
Moon Knight means business.
Got me good.
Get ready. Here come the bad guys.
Fear Magneto! By the eye of Agamotto!
Damn it.
Too many of them. Not lacking the odds here. Lucky draw.
Take a look behind you. I am barely harmed.
Get that vehicle moving again. A nice deep freeze. That's better. I put the arc on ice.
Hell unleashed!
The moon wants you.
Only 60 seconds left.
Figure we can get one more good fight.
Go, take it easy, Tim.
Get that vehicle moving again.
I'm gonna try to go in their backline and all. Try to get the sword ult out.
Down to 30 seconds. Taking it.
Lucky draw.
Gambit has ult. Gambit has ult.
Never fall.
A nice deep freeze. Why would I need healing? I know this relic. The final 10 seconds.
You're just not getting anything with my fucking
Hello,
ult.
half HP in our back line.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Weakling! You're mine.
Lucky draw.
Can you get one?
We actually sold that. How?
Final score 0-2.
I'm so glad you went strange. You were so useful.
Ugh.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I had 6 kills in this too. Ugh. We literally just like fell apart on offense. Gambit is insane. He's really OP. He's really, really OP. Totally missed it. You played Rivals? Yeah, I don't stream it a lot. But usually it's like the game I'll play like off stream and everything. I love it, dude. It's super fun. I've been playing it. How many hours do I have? I've got I got 600 hours. Yeah. I like playing Rivals. It's pretty fun. Yeah, I'll try to do a better job, especially next year, of like playing some more variety and doing it. Should I grind solo? It's impossible for me to play team games without friends. I feel that, but I feel like it also puts a lot of challenge on, like, you gotta think on your feet, you gotta communicate with new people. I've had a couple times where I queued up with people, but a lot of my journey has been like solo queuing. For better or worse. For better or worse. I'm glad they changed around the season and everything like that. Not having to like grind through Diamond and GM and everything like that to get up here. So I'm hoping that this will be the season I can make a push for Eternity. Try to get there. Maybe crazier than you. I don't know about better, Pyro. Definitely crazier though. Yeah. Alright guys, but I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna get some prep going before raid. Get some food together and everything like that. But hopefully tomorrow, new beta build, and we'll be able to slam that super hard and see if there's any actual like healer class changes or something like that. And then Friday, we're gonna have raid testing too, so we gotta keep an eye out for that one as well. But thanks for all the love today. Thanks for hanging for some variety as well. And like I said, I'll be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. Actually, probably. If there's healer changes, we'll be on. If there's healer changes, we'll be on. If there's not much, I might take tomorrow off, actually. I'll let you guys know, though. All right. Have a good night, though. Take it easy, and I'll be back later. Boop.